This is a re-attempt to make a recording about the ontology of the personality, uh, what I call the false ego complex. Although that name is slightly odd, because in some sense I think it is a necessary developmental sort of rite of progression that you have to go through this. You can't avoid it. There is no ulterior um, mode of development. And in some sense, I think it is what is described in Genesis quite explicitly, although you have to read through the spiritual language and in some sense. But yeah, I'm not going to give my esoteric reading of Genesis because I've done that in other recordings, but so I'll just focus on my model. Um, I'll just refer to the elements in Genesis, but I won't give that separate esoteric reading of it, but I will be drawing from that esoteric reading. So, um, essentially, the serpent is basically the false prophet that is spoken about in the New Testament, um, which is another manifestation or valence of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, that in some sense, which is the same tree as the tree of life, but it is being eaten of in a way that it creates a kind of projection onto the world. And so the serpent, as the manifestation of that mode of relating to the tree of life, um, which is in some sense that instead of seeing life, you are seeing a grey scale of the same thing built out of the knowledge of good and evil. Um, where in some sense, your life is adopted by your future self, by the image of your future self. And so the image of your future self, hyphenated future self, which lives in your imagination, therefore the life is in your imagination, is in your hypothetical use of extroverted intuition, which I would link to Dimension 11, the Holy Ghost. So essentially, you are eating the Holy Ghost, you're eating the fruit of the Holy Ghost, and which is meant to be a ghost. It's not meant to be seen, but you think that you're eating the fruit of it. So you're eating of the mystery that is in the midst of the garden that you're supposed to live within. So you're living in the core of the midst of the garden, the central um, organizing principle, which is essentially the misuse of extroverted intuition. Now, uh, and in some sense, you're creating a real self within the Holy Ghost, which is therefore supplementing and skewing the matrix of the Holy Ghost, which should operate um, around the living. It's in the midst of the living, but instead you are focusing on that paradigm. So in some sense, you are unveiling the Holy Ghost. Okay, this is already getting too esoteric, but so how does this happen in practice? This happens in practice when the infant is still within the model of the 17, is fluidly operating their consciousness on all levels of prepositional functional operation. They can think fluidly with all the 17 cognitive functions. Although I'm perhaps slightly I don't, that perhaps already from genetics even from the chromosomes themselves that have their imprint in the conscious signature of that unique peculiar life form of this living soul, um, that the particular soul might already have one dimension of psychological reality which is designated as the field in which the tree of life for that consciousness is centered around. Now, I still think that this is not a nature argument. I think that even if it is chromosomally sort of I think that the point at which conception occurs, that the consciousness itself, uh, in the chromosomal arrangement, if this is a that is a conscious meditation, that is the moment of incarnation of the spirit, with the flesh, with a particular set of chromosomes. Um, that if the therefore the structure, uh, because I do believe that the growth of, essentially the higher order, neocortex or whatever brain structures, I do think that there will be some genetic expression of that, and it might be that some genetic expressions will have an option of potential places in which the tree of life, is designated within the 17 model, that it will either, which could be bounded by the chromosomal sort of expression. Anyway, uh, and I do think that in some sense that the individual is, so I mean I'm broaching the nature and nurture divide, because I do actually believe that the point at which, that the spiritual, activity is in the act of carnal instantiation, uh, that as the chromosomes are being, hooked up, uh, uh, that if you call it the avatar of the spiritual, manifestation, in some sense, I mean, you could call it a kind of the basic contract, um, uh, or the basic pact, in some sense, which I think, um, is in some sense a structure within extroverted intuition, that essentially people's, let's say, possibility, people's, uh, in some sense, I think this is what is spoken of in Revelations when it says, "And the people of earth will ask and be mystified over, wondering and whose names were, included, uh, in the book of life from the beginning of creation." Um, but in some sense, I think that, the name in the book of life is not, predetermined, by the chromosome, that there is still but that is the conduit, or that is a particular sort of, channel, through which the manifestation of choice then happens within that basic pact, within that basic sort of, structure, uh, that is being operated within, because there are certain distinct feasible permutations, which in some sense are being, let's say, chosen quite early on, and in some sense, the initial choice, or the initial sort of, it might not even be the initial choice. There, I think there are sort of, as the chromosomes are sort of, as how they are being, combined and such. There's a kind of eminence. Um, this, anyway, this has a lot to do with the sixth dimension of prepositional psychological reality, that the salt, the dimension of the salt, and the dimension of the Holy Ghost has a kind of, particular resonance, but more so the blood. itself, that there is a certain field of possibility that the blood itself can support, which is quite expansive. I mean, the amount of junk DNA. Anyway, I, yeah, this is. I mean, I'm getting into things, but I'm just sort of I'm pointing at that kind of issue. But anyway, um, but my focus is psychologically. So I'm just saying that it's good enough for me just to say that, I mean, I can understand that someone's biological um, substrate is already, let's say, inclined, or is already inclined between a certain bounded set of options in terms of where the tree of life is going to uh, where their Garden of Eden in the pre language phase of consciousness, which is in some sense the phase in which one has full and easy access to the tree of life and the fruit of the tree of life in this garden. Now, in some sense, I see what is spoken of in Genesis as an allegory that all consciousness goes through, but also that the earth is the brain as well. But anyway, I'm not going to give that separate reading of Genesis, but and also the kind of hermetic use of gender and sex, which is obviously a spiritual quality, and all these sorts of things. I mean, even that essentially, without the concept of he, without an image of authority to, essentially, there is no capacity for spiritual cognition in anything other than a kind of solipsistic meat machine, sort of thing. But the axiomatic substrate being explained in Genesis essentially is to set up categories. That when you are thinking of yourself in the second person pronoun he, and your thinking is a he, is in the image of a he, and the third person past participle of he is that what is him. So you objectify yourself as a him in your thinking, and you see yourself actively acting as a second party agentic force. And so if you have to conceptualize yourself in the second person, that means that already whatever you do as a he, and the effect of which is what was done by him, that the effect on the soul of him, uh, I've jumbled it around a bit too much there, because sometimes whenever you speak of a soul, uh, the him is really the effect of the spirit. But yeah, to gauge the effect of the spirit on the soul, you need the concept of them, which is always made up of a male and a female. And this is explicitly in 1 Genesis verse 27. Um, and so God made man in his own image. In the image of God made he him. Male and female made he them. Anyway, so you can kind of see the very complicated dynamics there, but essentially the route to insanity is that if you create a paradox between he and him, it can be covered over within the narrative of them, and then you end up with a contracted original image in some sense. And the original image, I would say here, is that, well, there are probably particular bounded, in some sense, prescribed or proscribed viability in which all the 17 dimensions are possible candidates for having a stable tree of life and an Eden around them. The question is, can you get back to the tree of life after falling to the knowledge of good and evil, essentially? And that will really have to do with later contracts, which are inculcated within the vanity of the subconscious. So the tree of life, which is also the same tree as the tree of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, which is also the same tree which is represented by the spirit of the false prophet, or the voice of the false prophet, which is also symbolically the serpent, is all the parent function in the superego. That is the false prophet, or the representation of the God of the world, or the representation of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. And the subconscious lust and the subconscious death is essentially not even a real death, because that parent function itself is a false prophet, but it can't be proven to be a false prophet at the start. This is the problem with the message that the servant gives to Eve, because in some sense the serpent is seduces the soul, seduces the female, and when the female eats, the soul is already fallen, but the spirit has not yet fallen, and the spirit cannot fall until it already knows. The spirit cannot properly relent to the false prophet. It's not capable of actually giving itself over to the false prophet fully until it is chosen of the sin of the ego. And so, because only through the sin of the ego being accepted or validated by the spirit can the self-image be fully adopted by the God of the world, by the knowledge of good and evil, by the false prophet. So the false prophet is ensnaring Adam through already, in some sense, prostituting the soul, which has already fallen. Because them as a them is already fallen. But Adam cannot fall until he knows the sin of the ego, which is also the sin of the ego is the sin of the world, because the ego itself is an innocent bystander that sits on top of this history, that sits on top of all of this iniquity and all of these problems. And in some sense, it's the hardest thing to do is to reach the apex of that mountain is a hard mountain to climb, because there's a lot of cognitive dissonance and confusion on the way there. But in some sense, even the subconscious vanity, which has to somehow believe this paradox that the death and the lust of the subconscious is a free gift that the false prophet is delivering, that is a lie. But it is a lie that can be believed to the extent to which that one can be mystified by the sin of the ego, which is still a long way to come. And in some sense, you have to preview the sin of the ego in order to induce a further contractual bind over the self-image. And so the prime vanity in the subconscious is a hungry force that is very much like in Revelations, the beast and the woman. And it talks about the beast and the woman, and the beast it's a recurring motif. In some sense that motif is somewhat somewhat shared, in the Whore of Babylon and the great city of Babylon. But I would link the Whore of Babylon to be the woman on the back of the scarlet beast. Um, and in some sense, I would place Babylon the Great in the context of the ego, not in the context of the subconscious. But uh, I'm already speaking in a valence of self-actualization that has already achieved, I believe, the work of the crucifixion, and has already even established the New Jerusalem, but has not finished uh, the work of cleaning up with holy fire uh, the remnant uh, iniquity, which is in some sense the original toxicity, which is no longer being endorsed, but is still a residual charge from the earlier workings um, of, in some sense, the the work of clearing up the original sin. Um, Now, it is very complicated because uh, the vanity in the subconscious had no, it didn't know what it was doing. And in some sense, its crime was uh, to take the substitution of the knowledge of good and evil for the Holy Ghost. And then it was transfixed essentially always by that cherubim that keeps the way of the tree of life, the sword that turns every way, which is effectively probably the parent function in the subconscious, which is essentially a symbol of utter insanity. It is the symbol of the wayward tongue that cannot be comprehended, that is incoherence uh, and mystification to behold, and it is the same. You know, it's, there's a poetical sort of parallel that, if you are in a jungle and you hear primitive primates calling out in this, sort of proto humanoid pre language uh, state, sort of the Tarzan primordial screaming and wailing, that it has no emotional efficacy. It's pure, unbridled, sort of expansive uh, expressiveness that seems to have a potential within it, kind of a hypothetical within it. Anyway, this is not really fruitful to go into that kind of. But that is like the sword that turns every way, and it's and that is essentially the problem that keeps the way of the tree of life. Is that how do you cut something uh, that can turn every way? How do you fight something that can turn every way? How do you overcome something that can turn every way? And the problem is that it can turn every way because it is not tethered to any source of integrity. It is not chosen of any source of integrity. It what it wants, it cannot know, but it seems to project that it thinks that it knows. Uh, so sort of the problem of hollow thought. Um, And in some sense, the problem is that as the sword is turning every way, you think, well, is that a two-edged sword? Does it cut both ways? Because it can cut both ways, but does it is the question. What does it do? And so there's a nihilistic sort of amoral um, there's a voidness there. It's powered by the void. And unless you have the confidence to call out that it's powered by the void and to wrestle with it and to reach out and to wield that sword uh, by a self-actualized act of responsibility, it's kind of like pulling the sword from the stone in the sort of King Arthur motif. And essentially the stone that contains the sword that would otherwise perhaps combining the sword that turns every way and the sword and the stone, um, that in some sense that is at least where the alchemical philosopher's stone is, that the sword is held in the philosopher's stone. And there's also a stone spoken of in Revelations, the white stone, uh, that has the name on it. And you are given a white stone that has a name on it, that only one who receives the stone can read the name, and is given to eat of the hidden manna. Um, so I see, the work of the fourth church, which I think is the vanity of the subconscious, is essentially I see that as overcoming uh, the sword that keeps the way of the tree of life. And what is spoken of to the fourth church is to know the works of Satan. If you don't know the works of Satan, then you don't overcome. So I do generally see that the work of the seven churches is essentially the core source of my inspiration of self-actualization. Although I found in myself modeling the beasts was more useful, because the work of the seven churches is gated in some sense by first getting some order over the beast with 10 horns and 7 heads, which in some sense uh, the 10 horns I think do have to be contended with at some point, because they kind of cover over the work of the seven churches. It's not possible, I think, to do the work of the seven churches until um, well, in some sense, I guess it's a simultaneous thing as well. Opening the door to the work of the seven churches is all about uncovering the false prophet. And if you can't reveal the existence of the false prophet to someone, to their psychology, then essentially the mark of the beast, I think, is unable to be removed. Some sense, I think that is the stark divide with those with a spirit and those with a those who are called um, and who are faithful. And in some sense, this is perhaps exactly what is spoken of um, in the work of the first church. I mean, what I would do probably to proselytize to someone is I would uh, situate in my mind, the work of the first church, reading what is written to the first church, and situate that in my reading of their personality style as to which type they were, so then I would know exactly which dimension is the work of the first church for them. And then I would not even go past the first church. Then I would talk about the beastly structures and the 10 horns and the cognitive dissonance in those structures, because I don't even think the works of the other churches are, until you establish real vision on the work of the first church, uh, like authentic duplication of the truth of that perspective, then essentially there's no point in talking about the work of the other churches, because it's just not accessible, because the beastly structure and the beastly mechanics are basically so I think in some sense knowledge of the beast is a is part of essentially rehabilitating uh, that first work of in the first church, and grounding oneself into a sense of because in some sense, in the perspective of the beast, there is only a them, there is no him that is the effect of one's spiritual activity. So there's no efficacy in the spirit without the perspective of the first church, or without sight of the false prophet within the self. That is sort of the underpinning toxic structure, and in some sense, you have to have the humility to cope with that, so that you can get your ego into such a state so that you can actually implant the New Jerusalem underneath the false prophet to rehabilitate the tree of life. Now I've gone off into my ranting about self-actualization, but so okay, let me just go back to the subject of the ontology. So I think that what happens is essentially is that the vanity will be organized as a tentative contract at the very start, and that contract will grow um, until it involves the self-conception, where Adam, that there is a kind of limbo where Adam hasn't fully eaten of the tree of knowledge and good and evil. After Eve has eaten, Eve has already eaten, and them has fallen. But Adam's him has not yet fallen, and it is being encoded under the spell of the fall, as hasn't swallowed and eaten of it yet. So he takes a long time to chew before he swallows, and the chewing of that is essentially the particular uh, fall of the self conception, the particular fall of the spirit, which can only fall if it's given some equilibrium, some equivalent exchange of knowledge for its spiritual entrapment. So it will only contract itself as the answers to questions in the vanity of the subconscious are enunciated, and in some sense, they are a direct projection onto the ego's. Some sense, they are paid for by the ego's inferior function, which is in some sense becomes the latent cosmic justice in the crucifixion, the hidden justice in the crucifixion. Um, which is to say, the thread that there is an active responsibility, that doesn't mean that the world is a collective stage and everyone is 100% responsible. Anyway, that sounds like a hyperbolic sort of frame of reference, but that is the frame of reference that comes clearly into view when you understand the nature of the false prophet, but also the necessary uh, let me say that differently, instead of that the actual nature of reality itself is one in which there is a basic humility, which is the space in which life conducts itself, and without that humility, without that openness in the reality, which is basically what the world has colonized and what the world has legislated. And I'm going off the trail here, but I in the failed recording that I didn't make, I went into a very useful segue into talking about the need for the rule of law as a reflection of the spirit of man, because the spirit of man is a necessary um, spiritual category without which you cannot outline and discern and identify the Spirit of God in one's own discerning. You need to have an antithesis. So there is only one true Spirit, and by that same token, there needs to be an anti-true Spirit, so that the true Spirit can actually be known and understood and not just defaulted to, so that it can be actively chosen in some sense, even though that the other one is not really a dignified choice. uh, it is part of an active chosen supplication, an active chosen service or sense of being or actualization. Otherwise, there is no self-actualization or self-realization or even understanding to be spoken of. It's all just a sort of stochastic, arbitrary, sort of fleshly um, sort of irrelevant dance. And sort of the variety that there is to enjoy is the variety that comes in the fact that we have different spiritual gifts, because in some sense our spiritual vision can duplicate the spiritual gifts of others, um, and abide in the spiritual gifts of others, and abide in those other spheres of even spiritual perception and orientation. Um, but we are distinctly attuned as individuals, um, as peculiar. That there is a name to be self-read. in some sense, I would say that the source of that name uh, is essentially, I would say, the work of the Church of Sardis gives you the white stone, and the work of the Church of Philadelphia gives you the ability to read that stone, which is, again, like these are sort of, even this gets sublimated differently in the work of the last church, um, where it becomes a kind of fluid, embodied practice. But yeah, actually, I need to think about how that practice, which is embodied by that, then transitions into the rehabilitation of the seventh head of the beast, which is essentially the vanity in the unconscious side of the mind, which is also tethered specifically to the contract in the subconscious vanity, because the subconscious vanity is essentially the source of the unconscious vanity structure. The unconscious vanity structure, which is in some sense the elaborated blueprint of the state of the contract into a particular self-referential circuitry of how the unconscious takes stock of itself, or takes stock of not just itself though, of the entire false ego complex. So in some sense, the unconscious vanity is a reflection of the work of the fourth church, or at least the unfinished work of the fourth church is reflected in the unconscious vanity as circuitry. And so that circuitry, I do think, does need to be dissolved. I don't think I've spoken of it before in conjecturing about self-actualization, that it must become a golden circuit, that it just becomes like an antenna in order to feel only the motion of other people in sort of karmic field circuits and things like that. That you have to kind of be. I still think maybe the golden circuit is a useful metaphor for essentially not using it, and instead being able to use all emotional tones in all the karmic field circuits. So there is a truth perhaps to almost just learning the feng shui of the four karmic field circuits and the emotional tones, and how the emotional tones sort of, you can monitor those flows, you can monitor those sort of infernal circuits, and in some sense whether there's energy in those circuits or not is beside the point. The question is what is the character of the substance beneath that conduit, and in some sense that's a completely separable question that has nothing to do with the field circuit. The field circuit is just like a dumb animal. It's just a creature. It's the four creatures uh, surrounding the throne of God, with sort of, I think they are described as having four faces each, because each of the each of the energy in each of those four circuits can be transferred into the other circuits by a by any, not even someone who is a transcendental person, even someone who is deeply karmic can convert energy from one circuit to energy in another circuit. False ego complexes, particular metagram circuitry, people's false egos uh, in their metagram circuitry. That is what they primarily end up doing, because some segment of their circuitry is in one circuit and some segment is in another circuit, and so they're actually very fixed. Especially if you take that field circuit analysis, They are essentially creating one one construct and trading it with another and converting it into another construct, and it looks very haphazard, it looks very brittle, it looks very sort of unsophisticated, and people are sort of locked in these patterns, and then they are usually end up attracting other people who can buttress those toxic patterns, and usually people end up creating menageries around themselves to buttress and support and entrench essentially their toxicity into some kind of collateral functionality. And then, obviously certain things are much worse than others, which is why, certain political ideologies, and which are basically everything is an expression of some kind of psychological politics. And essentially, as we have normalized secondary psychopathy, borderline personality disorder, um, we have created essentially a society that's not capable of having stable values. But anyway, essentially, we have leaned into an incorrigible incoherence that just exacerbates itself because it gives itself sort of pretty propaganda to justify itself underneath, or to disguise itself. The sexist politics of, sort of the deeply ironic and sort of hypocritical uh, sexual liberation movements that demand conformity with speech patterns and such, that people own how they should be thought about by others, a kind of explicit sympathy grab for thought control. That through this kind of witchcraft of sympathy, uh, you can sort of sadistically, in a very sadistic way, sort of um, enforce a unilateral projection of reality onto other people out of sympathy, out of some kind of credo for demanding a requisite sympathy, as sympathy becomes the highest value that all other values must be in alignment with and deeply associated with, and as it justifies hypocritical double double standards, the cost of which is, essentially just a deeply, or anyway, it's interesting because I would say that it is a macro scale of almost a very virulent version of the false ego complex itself, which is, in some sense, I think, we have politically, that's what fascism is. Fascism is the political model of borderline personality disorder, or at least as channeled by a particular variant of a particular cerebral imprint of uh, borderline personality disorder. In some senses, I do think it is distinct from some manifestations of personality disorder, although it thematically has all the same characteristics and themes, um, which is basically the idea that right. This is not such an irrelevant tangent, but essentially it is different from what I was talking about earlier. Because what I was talking about earlier was the origin of the toxicity, which is basically the vanity in the subconscious and the vanity in the unconscious. But borderline personality disorder has got nothing to do with, in some sense, that is only a pale reflection of the source of borderline personality disorder, which is really held in the parent function of the unconscious and the parent function of the ego, which is in some sense the kind of the corrupted spirit in some sense. It is the excuse of needing to cultivate a toxic vanity, but it is, let's say, the active promotion of a toxic vanity in a very consciously directed way, in a very ego-conscious directed way. So in some sense, it actually fully understands the cognitive dissonance and bad faith in its own rationality, but it justifies it because it says, no, 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 we actually need this form of toxic vanity, because this form of toxic vanity is what humanity is at its core. In some sense, it is completely ideated with the mark of the beast, and in some sense the way of the world, that we must be conditioned by a narrative, and therefore let us concoct our own narrative consciously, instead of resolving it and reconciling with it and finding a deeper ethical transformation or something like that. It is just completely settled on its sort of lowest common denominator, imprinting and promulgation of imprinting anyone that it can find to induct itself into its sort of machination, even as it destroys the rule of law, and it destroys ethics, and it destroys reality, and it destroys any kind of coherent reading. It's exactly like Nazi Germany. It's a propaganda fueled culture. But anyway, and so basically what it does is it puts a seal on fixing these vanity problems. And by the way, there was a lot of Christianity in Nazi Germany which was capable of using Nazi Germany to understand the mark of the beast. And they could even disguise their dissent as Christian philosophy to some degree, and just kind of perhaps deeply segregate themselves. Although there were lots of Christian ministers who were intellectuals, who were quite intellectually and profoundly combative. The greatest opposers of fascism were a few Christian voices, which is quite, it's a little bit sad to see today, the kowtowing, and I guess the cultural degeneration and the intellectual degeneration in the West, when it happened all again, essentially. Kind of just shows you that perhaps some historical sympathy can now be granted to the German people, that so much of the world has fallen for the same bullshit, and really that we can understand that this is a psychological hijacking in some sense. That these so-called progressive, liberal, proto-fascist, nihilistic sort of psychic vampires that have been cultivated over generations of sort of democratic left-wing sort of propaganda that allows them to scapegoat the enemy, and buy into their side's, quite frankly, propaganda, not interested in good faith exploration of issues when you can just be fed a narrative instead. And I mean, I will blame the media, but I don't blame the media. I do, in fact, blame people, especially in the age of the internet. In some sense, I mean, the proximate cause of all of this is the lack of integrity in the legal system, which there were no legal systems in the world that ever had any integrity apart from South Africa, and we have essentially tarnished that because of this noxious and toxic identity politics, which has given the judges the excuse they needed to fall in with the institutionalized corruption of the state. Very disgusting. Anyway, these are tangents which are really not useful, and I keep on repeating myself probably on these points. But going back to the ontology of the subconscious, so the subconscious is the death and the lust in the subconscious, or the death and the child function, and then which then is synthesized into the dominant function, has a toxic narcissism within it, because it has a perfect excuse. It has a false dichotomy to rely on, the knowledge of good and evil. In some sense, the idea that there is an objective morality, that there's an external locus of control, which can, in some sense, this is why borderline personality disorder is so toxic, is because it does already know, it actually knows the work of the first church, and it does it in reverse. It underlines the work of the first church as being heretical and an apostasy to its own false religion. In some sense, it is the whore of Babylon. In some sense, it is quite explicitly the mark of the beast, especially in this hybridized ideological form. But it's coming from the ego, and it's coming from, and it's as it's reflected in the ego, it's reflected in the parent function, in the unconscious as well, as it's housed primarily in the parent function of the ego. So it actually is this weird kind of sub-false authority that has grown up all on its own, but then seeks to sort of create an axiomatic soapbox in which it can kind of validate the source of its initial impetus, which is the false prophet. So in some sense, it becomes the mother of the false prophet. It's very sort of strange. And it takes the false prophet to be its child. And it doesn't want its child to be, it wants to evolve its child in some private sanctity, some private sanctuary. And that is basically sort of the model of the ethno-nationalism, or the ethno-state, or the mythology of the blood and soil, or the mythology of the identity, or the Black Panthers, or whatever, or the Ku Klux Klan. They have so many permutations of their same disgusting bullshit, to create an insulation, like as a form of therapy space in which they don't actually want to collapse that bubble at some point. It's kind of a lie that they're actually, in the same way that Hitler said, we're all going to be equal in our different ethno-states. It's that kind of model that is actually, we need these bubbles of separation, otherwise it's not safe for our psychology, is basically the kind of point that they're kind of making. And that's because they are, in some sense, trying to keep the vanity of the subconscious, that, there's something beautiful about your particular language. There's no point in trying to think about a universal human grammar. There's no point in trying to connect with any kind of universal subjective ethical system. That's not possible, and we're going to lose what makes us special. So in some sense, there's a projective treasure on the subconscious vanity, and so it's in some sense, it's the world circuit, it's the Leviathan, it's the beast, a great manifestation of the beast to protect its its reproductive structure. And in some sense, I mean, it's and I would say that, it's true that you shouldn't kill this beast exactly. You should kill it in the individual, but you can't kill it in the collective, because it does need to exist in the collective, because otherwise the children can't grow up. But in some sense, this was the point of pedagogy. This was the point of teaching people, of having, well, yes, you let children skateboard and you let them do dangerous things, and you perhaps even let them bully each other within some restrictive zone, so that they can actually um, settle their own disputes or mediate their own boundaries and know themselves by the process of negotiation and administering their own affairs and modeling a kind of a sense of independent um, accountability and responsibility. And in some sense, the pedagogy around inducting people into understanding, let's say, concepts like justice as well, which has been essentially used as a superficial Trojan horse for poison pills and antithetical values and false ethics. Um, in some sense, this very superficial knowledge of good and evil in some kind of objective morality, in which there's no sensibility of the individual critical thinker or the independent thinker, has absolutely no space in contemporary culture, um, except to be banned off social media platforms, um, to feed, flesh and blood to this cannibalistic tribe of narcissistic injury, which is essentially the narcissistic injury of the subconscious vanity. The idea that someone's personal contract with the world is not going to be hopefully, essentially their particular plan to take over the world with their ideology looks like it's already been the world isn't already ready to have their narcissistic injury sort of plugged into the rule, that there isn't a particular ring of power to be given to their narcissistic injury. And that in some sense it's even worse than that, because I don't think it's even really even trying to defend the narcissistic injury. It's like the narcissistic injury is just a hypothetical. It's like, well, everyone should be allowed to indulge in their own narcissistic injury. And so hypothetically, if someone seems to have a complaint that has to do with an unheard of narcissistic injury, then they should just be granted automatic dispensation, automatic compliance, and consensus building around. And then the problem is that that doesn't work, because everyone's narcissistic injury is incompatible. Is quite frankly, there's no coherent solution to any of them. And then you get, let's say, the toxic divisiveness of extra unreasonable sort of, words themselves lose all meaning, as, let's say, the right intentions are just kind of used to disguise, overtly, patently ridiculous and incorrigible standards, in which you can't hold leadership or any kind of decision making up to any sort of accountable standard. So I wonder, is it really worth it to tackle it on the level of the fourth church, when the third and the second church have this I've always believed that it would be good actually to completely invalidate, or in some sense that the work of the third church or to translate it into my language, the work of the third church is to excoriate the knowledge of good, because the knowledge of good is not the knowledge of good, and in some sense to exalt the knowledge of evil into a state that is a solid state, or that is a stable discerning of via negativa, that it is only through via negativa that any of let me actually read the work of the second church to see if that can be found within it. I just lost my place. And unto the angel of the church of I don't know how to say this. Smyrna, and unto the angel of the church of Smyrna write, These things saith the first and the last, which was dead and is alive. I know thy works and tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. But thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. And he that hath an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. He that overcometh shall not be hurt of the second death. And that is also, in some sense, where I base my view that the work of the seventh church is happening on top of the beast, the first head. The first head of the beast is overlapping the work of the first church. And the 10 days of tribulation that it speaks of are the 10 horns, which start from the same area covered by the work of the first church and go forward over 10 dimensions, which are 3 dimensions further than the 7 head of the beasts. But anyway, so essentially that there's a chain, a consequential chain of 10 things that happen from at least the lack of or anyway through the working of the work of the church, of that second church. But so in some sense it's saying that it's being worked out. Let's see, so how is it? Okay, so if it's being worked out 10 days, then that is the work of the second church. So the second church is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me count that again. So from 7 to 13, that's 7. And then 3 days more, or 3 days more after the 7 would be 16. Anyway, so the 10th day would be the sin of the unconscious, which is also the lust of the ego. So the via negativa, I would say, needs to be sort of sat with, that precipitates from within the work of the second church as it manifests eventually into being able to cross the divide between the unconscious and sort of in order to solve the mystery of the peoples and the multitudes and the tongues. The peoples and the multitudes and the tongues and the nations. Maybe I should just look at the 10th day to solve that problem. That's an interesting point. So that maybe that is the final resolution of that, to clear that up. That's a point that I guess I've been trying to. I mean, I'm making this recording on some level because I'm trying to write out all the dynamics of self-actualization and perhaps the order of the things that need to sort of be measured and such. Anyway, so for me, that's between dimension 7 and dimension 16. Okay, let me not have this recording devolve too badly into nonsense, so I'll just stop this recording now, I think. This is going to be a fairly embarrassing recording in which I'm going to be speculating about structures which I really think that there's something to them, but it's embarrassing because this is for me to make progress in my theory concretely, I'm going to have to eventually bite the bullet and work out some way to represent to myself. Actually, I am getting a little bit closer to, I think, making a kind of model that summarizes metatype and metagram. The hard thing is that it's such a complicated thing to have an overlay of, to have a superimposition of. The metatype stencil is actually, I've pretty much settled that now, but how you would represent metagram on top of it would just make it look, some sense I think you would have to kind of cover, sort of conceal the one and show the other, and then conceal the other and show the one, or to have two parallel diagrams. Anyway, that's not that important. Perhaps two parallel diagrams with a metagram. Emotional tones would kind of have arrows as to where they are situated in the metatype cross circuitry between the metatype and the metagram. Anyway, how to visually represent that is really the problem. I mean, I know the substance, but how to visually represent that in a way that you can actually see it and make sense of it is, or how you can easily navigate it. That's been the challenge for just how to represent it. Anyway, this is not quite pertinent, but also having to automate that into some kind of computer program, because I'm not going to do that for 48 types. And well, I guess I could do it by hand, in fact. Well, if I could come up with a simple enough sort of way that the effort wouldn't seem wasted. So perhaps I should just spend more time on that. Okay, anyway, actually there's a hidden problem there which I didn't even speak to, which is kind of itself very embarrassing, which I might as well say, is that I have not confirmed the correspondence between metagram and metatype, because I wanted to confirm it with a computer program that would tell me which fit and which didn't. Because with the model of the 10 horns, essentially metagram should only be collectible. Metagram should only be expressible to a metatype within 10 horns, within where the metatype 10 horns are placed. So that is a way to falsify the whole system, and that it's also a way to find out if there is metagram cross pollination. That if there are metagram types which can be inculcated within more than one metatype, which for reasons that I can't reverse engineer, I came up with 17 distinct groupings of metagram types because they all have, there are 17 distinct signature sort of elemental pattern within the emotional tone sequences, which is, in some sense, there are more basic patterns than that. But when those basic patterns are elaborated into the size of the string that is needed in order to have a metagram type, then there are 17 patterns. So I'm tending to believe that there isn't any cross-pollination between metatype and metagram, but it would be interesting to see if some would be plausible, and in some sense maybe the plausible interaction would have something to do with what my topic today is, which is pathological structures between metagram and metatype. And in some sense, I think that this is directly related to, even perhaps in Scientology, what is sometimes called demon circuits and things like that, although I think I'm going to be giving a completely different definition of them. So the different definition of demon circuit. So, I mean, I've only come across two, and I think that it might be more complicated than what I'm about to express it, and I'll say how it's more complicated, most probably. But essentially, I'm seeing two distinct demon circuits. The one I would generally link what I believe is being spoken about in the Old Testament when they talk about Belial, a son of a Belial, or the follower or a worshipper of Belial. So I would link Belial probably with narcissism, and how I see it occurring, and I see both. I see all demon circuits as being in what I have just recently discovered. I think as the basis of the Anima and the Animus, which I do think that the Anima and the Animus are is basically the work of the crucifixion. That when you are doing the crucifixion, your inferior function in your ego is integrating with the origin of the anima or the origin of the animus, and in the superego, which is basically like the redirected toxicity of the parent function in the superego, which is a floating parent function, which has used a kind of magnetic conduit in the vacancy underneath that floating parent function. So in some sense I'm contradicting myself, that I'm saying that that floating parent function is not floating on nothing, it's floating on a kind of magnetic vat, or a magnetic hallway. And in some sense there are two magnetic linkages to the ego. The one would be, which is generally sort of archetypally described by Jung, and well, it was probably older than Jung, but the anima and the animus. And in some sense, I think that they all go through the sin, which is the death of the false prophet, the death of the superego. So the death of the superego is the sin of the ego. And through that, in some sense, through that sort of, that is the basis upon which the false prophet gains its counterfeit of prophecy, is because it already plots the folly of the real self, of the real ego. So it can already garner for the unconscious a particular form of hypothetical embodiment within the objective, languaged, worldly, shared objective knowledge. So essentially, the God of the world, which is in some sense the God of the world, cares about the unconscious embodiment, cares about the unconscious, objective claim of the self. So in some sense, that's what the corruption of the false prophet symbolizes, or the corruption of the tree of life symbolizes, is to privilege the unconscious at the expense of the ego. Now, the only way that you can actually precipitate an ego or gain access to an ego consciously at any point is if in your subconscious you have already given up your self-image enough that that you have contracted strongly enough with the false prophet that it can, let's say, steal enough from the inferior function in the ego and give that theft and give that malfeasance that is done to the ego inferior function, give that as a reward to the unconscious. So there has to be bodies buried under the ego's inferior function in order for anyway. So, and in some sense, that is the work of the crucifixion, is essentially excavating those buried bodies and taking responsibility for them in the ego. And the ego, in some sense, it's not its fault, because in some sense it's not its sin, it's the sin of the world. But it has to see that it has made itself, it is in the world, and therefore it is in some sense right that if it can't take responsibility for the world in totality, then it can't clean up its own house. In some sense, it can't fix its own false prophet. There are extra points to this that I need to speculate at the end as to myself, and if there is a different quality in the resurrection that I envisage, and the first resurrection modeled by Jesus. Because I am starting to wonder let me make this point here, but this is a dangerous point to make. If there is a reason to repudiate the New Jerusalem in favor of the Tree of Life, if one does not then project the New Jerusalem onto the unconscious vanity and onto the unconscious embodiment in some sense, and maybe that is the proper place of where the New Jerusalem should be situated, is in some sense the work that immediately proceeds from the seven churches. So maybe I have just placed I have just originally placed New Jerusalem in the wrong place, but it's strange because I would still place the Tree of Life on the exact ground where the false prophet is, and that would give me an extra day in the grave as well, and then I wouldn't have to count the night, the Last Supper, and the day of the crucifixion as the first day of the grave. But I still like to count it as the grave, because it seems to me that the embodiment, the enactment of the crucifixion, particularly, when he speaks to the other people being crucified, the thief, and was one of them a murderer, and he says, "Today you'll be with me in the kingdom." that to me seems that his New Jerusalem is where I had placed it earlier, and where I question to place it. I think I was accurately modeling what I was seeing in the scriptures and being inspired by them, but now I think that the place of the New Jerusalem is the unconscious dominant function, as to replace the unconscious dominant function as the, and maybe the migration is part of the process, that essentially that the first run through is a dry run. Anyway, this is not what I want to go into at the moment. So I'm talking about demon circuits. So I think that so I was talking about the anima and the animus. Now, in some sense, I shouldn't really be talking about that right now, because the anima and the animus, I think, have to do with Astaroth, the demon worship as Astaroth, and the demon circuit as Astaroth, and I would link this also with my general Astaroth. I think is very much connected with borderline personality disorder. And it's very conscious. And in some sense, Belial is much less unconscious of its own sort of machination. Anyway, but Astaroth is sort of up in the air. Sort of it knows how ungrounded it is, but it knows how rationally self-consistent it is, and that's what it kind of is. It's sort of treading water up in the air. And because it's floating in the way that it's floating, it can just kind of avoid all problems. Belial has got a similar. Anyway, let me get into describing it. Okay, so what is Belial doing? Okay, I was going to finish that note about animus and anima. So I do think that, and even the animus and the anima, this is what makes it embarrassing me talking about this, is that I don't exactly know how the magnetic conduit or the magnetic corridor is connected. But let me just say that, so for a man, I think a man is in the same way that I must try to save some of these recordings that I made that I otherwise I think I'm not going to upload, but there are snippets and other recordings that I've made. Maybe I'll tack it on at the end of this recording, where I talk about the ontology of the false ego complex, and this is what kind of got me onto this train of thinking. To more accurately model the magnetic sort of conduit, and which was essentially the basis of anima and animus, but that the false prophet, the floating parent function, and the superego will either have its as the basis of the anima, will kind of charge up itself as a parent function, and that will somehow be directly translated by the sin death, by the death of the superego, which is the sin of the ego, and that will sort of reflect what the parent function is doing in the superego. It will reflect on the parent function of the it will reflect on the parent function of the ego, and I have just misspoken, but it's a necessary mistake that I've just made, is that it's not actually about it doesn't go directly from parent function to parent function via the sin, or through the death sin or whatever. It goes to the parent function through either just above that parent function or just below that receptive parent function, which is the inferior function and the vanity of the ego. the vanity which is below the parent function, and the inferior function which is above. And those are both candidate feminine archetypes, I would say. And in some sense, the inferior function is almost the valence of the docile woman, of the supplicant woman. And the vanity is the representation of the, well, it's even called, I've connected that in Revelations to the Scarlet Beast. So it's interesting that there are parallels to be drawn there with sort of stereotype, sort of feminine qualities in some sense, that, you know, the inferior function, which is the keeper of the buried bodies until the work of the crucifixion is being done, in which case the buried bodies don't even come out as look at the crimes of other people. They are extolled as look at the crimes of myself. And so that, I think, is the anima, and so this is why men are expected either between this juxtaposition of the inferior function and the vanity, the inferior function and the dominant function in the ego, are the valences of men, you know, and the one is more toxic than the other in some sense. And that is how men that have an integrated anima, or a better sort of regulated whatever. Now, in some sense, I think that the animus is I don't know how to and perhaps the conduit for anima, by the way, is the inferior function in the in the superego, which is in some sense not even a proper inferior function, but is also the death of the subconscious. So it might not even be. It might be that the and that would make perfect sense, because I've always linked archetypally the death of the subconscious to Adam, and the child function in the subconscious to Eve, and Eve being the knowledge of good, and Adam being symbolic of the knowledge of evil. But in some sense, you know, the knowledge of evil and the knowledge of good both do not. They're not really a death and a lust. They're not really because in some sense it's hard to call it a death, because unless well, I mean, I've said this every time, that it's a floating parent function, and in some sense it's not even a parent function in terms of the superego, because what is it parenting? It doesn't have a child function. It's floating in the air. And so you have to project that it has a child function, and in some sense the source of that projection has to come from the ego. Magnetically, you have to kind of already anticipate the whole development of the ego. And in some sense you can only do that if there is a requisite sort of contract with the vanity of the subconscious that allows proper magnetic access to the ego via the vanity of the subconscious. So in some sense, the vanity of the subconscious, which I've also linked to the work of the Fourth Church in Revelations, is in some sense the inculcation of you could call it the contract with the anima and the animus as well, latent, but and in some sense development of that is the style of one's sexuality, probably, is the subconscious vanity, is the almost the style of beingness or something like that, in which the magnetic signature of how what is recorded as the subconscious vanity will be a particular target of the ego, will have targeted the ego in its particular sort of development and set of strength. And in some sense, the strength of the inferior function in the ego must be important, because that is the source of the work of the crucifixion. And so there is, in the politics of sexuality, you have the potential health of an individual, and in some sense this, I think, corresponds with what is spoken of in Revelations, and it will be spoken of whose names were written in the book of life from the beginning of creation. And the work of the seven churches, which I believe, well, now I'm saying that the precipitation of the New Jerusalem is essentially almost the culmination of an eighth church, or the product of the seven churches rendered on in an amalgamated way on the next dimension. As the model, perhaps linked with even the city of Brahman. Anyway, but now it's interesting. I mean, if I was just wholly incorrect myself, when I initially placed the New Jerusalem beneath the Tree of Life, to fill in the dominant function of the superego, in order to give order and to remove the charge that had corrupted the Tree of Life into the knowledge of good and evil, which is in some sense charged up in the subconscious vanity, which then has this magnetic link to the ego, which is essentially this kind of animus form of contract. Okay, so I still haven't gone through the species of anima and animus. So I've already explained that the anima is perhaps represented by the inferior function in the ego and the dominant function in the ego, and between the two, the average of those two is the parent function of the ego, and I do think that the parent function of the ego is definitely feminine. It's always the woman on riding the scarlet beast, the woman who is called mystery, whore of Babylon, mother of abominations and harlots, or the other way around, but mother of harlots and abominations in the earth. So in some sense, the anima is directly a contention between how the spirit has contracted to be mystified by the parent function in the ego, and the animus is more tricky. I'm less sure about how the animus functions at all, because so I've already revised myself twice in saying that the anima is connected through the origin of the anima is the death of the subconscious, which is in some sense I've already linked as being like masculine, or like Adam, the knowledge of evil. The work of the second church, it talks about but thou art rich. You think that you're poor, but thou art rich, because there is richness in the via negativa, and you will be tried 10 days, you're thrown in jail and tried 10 days, and some of you will be killed. But the via negativa is rich. It does have real currency. The problem is that it's linked essentially to the 10 horns, but it is the tribulation of the 10 horns, because in some sense, the problem with what the second church is doing wrong in some fundamental metaphysical sense is that it is fearful. The via negativa that it generates is in some sense all righteous and correct, but the reason why some of it is thrown in jail is because it's not expressed at the right place at the right time. In some sense, it's used as an impetus into vanity later on. In some sense, it's very much connected to the work of the Fourth Church. But that essentially the excess that it represents is essentially how, in the expression, thou thinkest that thou art poor, but thou art rich, because essentially it's fear driven. It's built on a lie of fear. The fear is a lie in some sense, and anyway, that fear is a lie. It is corresponded to a mystery in the ego's parent function, because although the fear is a lie, it's fundamentally mysterious, and therefore it's indulged in. And in some sense, until the ego is cleaned up by the work of the crucifixion, you can't get away from that. And that's the kind of the magnetic bond and bondage which is in some sense inculcated into the sexuality, which is quite clearly depicted in the work of the Fourth Church, which is all about not knowing the deeds, the works of Satan, and essentially that the last is greater than the first, because essentially there's an appreciation of the depravity of the vanity, and which is in some sense inherited by the First Church. So the state of the churches is fundamentally necessary. And in some sense, the greatest of the churches, I would say, is Sardis, because Sardis is the first glimmer of the church, and that it can be redeemed, because Sardis knows the precipitating this properly into the work of Sardis. Anyway, but anyway, I'm going beyond things here. So the deepest iniquity in all the churches is in the Fourth Church, because essentially that is a core toxicity which does not get resolved until new things happen, until there's a New Jerusalem, even, to clear this up. And I think that maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm half right about the New Jerusalem. Maybe the New Jerusalem is in both places. Maybe the New Jerusalem is the dominant function in the superego and the dominant function in the unconscious. Maybe it's both. And then between the two, you've got the seven churches in between, and then that kind of solves that problem. I mean, if you're going to do that, why not I'm just speculating, why not just make every dimension the New Jerusalem to rehabilitate it? Or why not just make the inferior function in the ego, the New Jerusalem, since I've already described it as the pilot flame, but then instead of looking at how that pilot flame lights the New Jerusalem in the dominant function of the superego, it goes through it all. It goes connecting it in an embodied way, as well as reaching through the magnetic integration of the anima and the animus, or resolving the disintegration that the anima or animus represented. Anyway, so this is so embarrassing. So anyway, but there is a problem with the dominant function in the unconscious, because I don't know what to do with it, because it's sort of there's no description that I can see that actually describes it in the self-actualized, self-realized way. As far as I can see, all the talk of the new earth and the new earth and the new heaven, unless the new earth is the embodied section, and the new heaven is is from parent function in the unconscious up to the end of the ego, and the new earth, is broader, is the dominant function in the unconscious down to the dominant function in the, but still just using one word, new, doesn't exactly say how because in some sense the partition between heaven and earth then, I mean, as I've tried to describe, should be like a boundary fence. But the problem is that from that boundary fence you segregate the seventh church from the next place. And so I don't know how the next place initiates itself, just calling itself new. Unless to say that the dominant function in the unconscious, which is that first, would in this way of speaking, is the first dimension, then that would just be considered completely free and vacant, or not vacant, but as in, like, it's up to your choice. You can choose what to do there, and then you're just seeing a reflection of that choice, the quality of that choice in cycles of new earth and new heaven. So that could also be it. That it's essentially the ground zero of your footing. It's essentially, you can choose how to step, using that is your locus of your internal locus of control, is essentially that, and then you will be able to divide the water. You'll be able to read the name on the white stone, from as you step from there. So that the choice of the step is distinct from the reading of the white stone. You're not locked in an embodied way. You're not locked in. You still choose to act. So that might also just be as valid, and then all the other structures that I've gone into are just as are fine without the speculation that I have entertained in this recording. Okay. Okay. So I'm still working on the anima and the animus. Okay. So the animus then, I think, does not go through the subconscious child function, I would say. Although it could, as its origin, I think the animus might even create a kind of magnetic effigy, a hidden target. Maybe the animus actually has a kind of child function within the superego. Which is in some sense what gives it the power to kind of project work onto the parent function of the ego. So in some sense, it's kind of like it's the same mechanism, but in reverse, because it's modeling it in somebody else, because they actually create images in the superego's child function, which then magnetically precipitate a kind of corresponding in some sense, the animus is not magnetic. This is going to be hard to say. It's like the animus is kind of like a magnetic portrait of an electric supplication of somebody else. And so it's kind of like the magnetic so it's like instead of using a kind of a particular form of magnetic charge that has a shape, they instead only use a quantity. They measure it as a quantity of magnetic charge that then has a debt, an electric debt, that it sort of and then perhaps it's much the same. In which case, it does not directly contend against the parent function in the ego, or it does not say anything about the parent function of the ego, but it only says things, quite specific things about the inferior function and the scarlet beast function, the vanity of the ego. So it's sort of, because it wishes to inculcate a kind of parent that does the work. So it's in some sense it's sort of creating a puzzle box, or creating a some sort. It's embodying the parent function and wishing for a corresponding supplicating sort of. Anyway, I should actually look at my notes, because I had a completely different model than when I started talking. So my model of the no, it wasn't different actually. So they both correspond with each other in some sense, but the animus, the element here which I didn't mention, which is an addition, not a substitution of what I just said. What I said I think actually does hold, is that the animus has two fields, or two equal ways in which it can express itself. It can express itself as the scarlet beast, as the dominant function in the ego, or it can express itself as the inferior function in the ego. And it can do so as the one or as the other, and they can sort of perfectly translate into each other. And this probably is the spiritual core of gender to a large degree. And why, you get men, biological men, who it's weird, because I would even say that within the variety, and there are very many sort of things of variety, and in some sense the demon circuit stuff might also play a large role in this, so I want to get onto that at some point. I'm just trying to get the basics of the gender out of the way. Is that obviously in Anima will infer a particular signature of animus and a particular signature of animus, which in some sense has two ways of expressing itself, will also infer a particular correspondent, uh, uh, in some sense perhaps, manner of communication and such, with an anima. And the substance of this will correspond with metatype, and the style of this will correspond with the mix between anima and animus, um, and how that content is stylistically arranged within a particular. I mean, obviously, it's going to be very much connected with the vanity in the subconscious, in terms of how that is inculcated, or how that is um, this is in some sense often spoken of as the dream that people have, or I mean the stereotypical dream that many women have, to sort of train their man. And in some sense you can imagine that the animus in some sense contains the anima on either side of it, in the ego, in its manifestation of the ego. And then if it can be conditioned in the ego, the problem is that can it actually affect the subconscious vanity? Can the subconscious vanity be modulated? Which is the source of both in some sense. And this is also how you can get people to grow, is by, in some sense, maybe through the anima and the animus, but maybe even more directly through, you could even call it the kind of the shadow work. And in some sense, what people are prone to change is essentially, I would say, these demon circuits, because the Belial especially is a kind of calcification of the subconscious vanity, that makes it impermeable, and a kind of stone, becomes a kind of stone. And I mean, it's interesting that this is directly spoken about in the book of Samuel, when David is taking a wife. From a formerly deceased man who is described as a son of Belial, and how his heart was turned to stone, and he died 10 days later, or 7 days later, or something like that. Because of having his subconscious vanity dishonored, essentially, because it had no fluidity and it was so calcified. Anyways, so that is the Belial stuff is completely different to the anima and the animus, although it does have, I think, some kind of some sense. I would say that the Belial thing probably stops you from having a functioning anima and an animus. It makes you a kind of makes you kind of on the level of the ego. I think it would make you sexless, because in some sense you just have no access to your own ego. You are entirely a creature of the subconscious and the unconscious. And the demon circuit of Astaroth is quite the opposite. You, in some sense, completely lose access to your subconscious, and you are entirely a creature of your unconscious and your ego, which, in some sense, I think would, instead of becoming sexless, then the Astaroth worshipper will be a kind of a weird kind of sort of hermaphroditic sort of embodiment, which is not the same as the hermetical integration. And you see this even, I might even say, in Jungian circles, where many people, I think, confuse the two, where they are completely unintegrated, but they are, in some sense, militarized in having a kind of an engendered cognitive dissonance. Anyway, so now let me get into the topic that I've been wanting to get into, which is talking about the Astaroth, okay, and the Belial. So let me start with Belial. So what I think is happening in Belial, let me rather just go to my notes rather than mess it up myself. Okay, now I have written this slightly strangely, so I will elaborate after reading it. Okay, so Belial is the unconscious vanity reflecting the subconscious vanity, which, and obviously the subconscious vanity is corresponding to the false prophet, which is the superego parent. This avoids the unconscious parent, and therefore it avoids objectifying himself. It also rejects the animus, because the animus, this is getting too complicated perhaps, but the animus, by replacing that, in some sense, that department of the animus is replaced with a counterfeit animus. Perhaps the subconscious parent is taken as substitution for the unconscious parent. And so what you end up is with a very strict sort of tautological circuit, in which you have the subconscious vanity, which is being projected onto the unconscious vanity, and then you have a counterfeit parent, which is the subconscious parent, which is in some sense being superimposed on by the subconscious parent. And the subconscious parent, we must remember, infers the subconscious parent taking on this counterfeit parent role in the unconscious means that it is taking post hoc responsibility for the interleading steps between the subconscious dominant function and the unconscious dominant function, or between the subconscious vanity and the unconscious vanity, is being plotted by the subconscious parent that's having two bites at the same cherry, that they get to sort of be the impetus force, and they get to be the post hoc sort of, they get to be the post hoc confirmatory sort of administrator. So that parent function, I take it to be, in some sense, the displacement of the true, any kind of animus. Now, I mean, obviously, this is because the animus is, now I'm using animus generically, and I'm using animus yeah, so I mean, this is why I complained that I'm saying things that are a bit complicated. But in some sense, I mean, I mean in the way that, in which an anima would even have to relate itself to somebody else's animus at some point, that animus is completely already in a kind of calcified projection, which is being created by the subconscious parent. So the subconscious parent is becoming a replacement animus. And rejection of actual animus. And so you can imagine that such people of Belial cannot relate to feminine energy, or men who are sons of Belial or whatever, or worshippers of Belial. I'm not sure exactly what all the phrases are in connection with followers or something, but And this might link also quite nicely with Sam Vaknin's talk of the dead mother. That Sam Vaknin's talk of the dead mother is perhaps the substitution for the dead mother. Um, anyway, I'm just going to leave that there. And this might also then this demon circuit of Belial could also be used to explain certain forms of looping within Myers-Briggs. But obviously what I'm about to describe cannot be tracked within Myers-Briggs because the anatomy of my MBTI-esque types are completely, the cognitive functions are differently positioned to Myers-Briggs, four sides of the mind uh, um, functions. But I'll just say that then the looping that is denoted by the worship of Belial would be that in some sense the unconscious vanity and the subconscious parent is looping within the ambit of the superego parent. So you have the parent and the superego, which is in some sense creating an umbrella or creating a certain playpen that is sort of pedagogically tuteling, that it is providing a tutelage there within, and there within you have this kind of looping. So you have this sort of grand uncle of the superego parent, in which um, the 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 unconscious parent, sorry, the unconscious vanity, the unconscious dominant function, is looping with the subconscious parent. Now, you don't have to talk about the superego parent. You could just bring the subconscious dominant function into it. But I think that it gets a bit too confusing. But I mean, this is how I denote it. When I write it in my notes, I draw a circle. I draw a circle around the unconscious vanity, and I draw a circle around the subconscious vanity, and then I attach those in like a circuit, so there's a half circle on the one side and there's a half circle on the other side, and that makes like a circle. And obviously that encirclement between the two, um, like functionally, I see it as between the parent function, which is obviously just above the subconscious dominant, and the, so as essentially the kind of the prime domino that is sending the message in the circuit. In the same way that you can track the flow of electricity with sort of voltage and wattage and all these sorts of things, but have to realize that it's not just a flow of electrons, that an electron has to actually be jolted or impelled first, that then causes the kind of the magnetic domino effect of the rearrangement, which is the flow. So the flow would be that the two dominant functions are linked, but the actual domino, the prime domino, is the parent function. And so in terms of looping, um, anyway, maybe I'm describing something that can't really be described as looping, but in some sense, looping doesn't function in my model at all because you don't have the same rules of in some sense, like a dominant function and a parent function within my system um, do not have to have the opposite inflection between extroverted and introverted, for instance. Okay, now I'm going to be moving on to Astaroth, and I hope I'm saying that right because I haven't checked up the spelling. So I think Astaroth is a very different sort of thing in which the unconscious is relatively intact. It has an extra link. So I think that what happens in the unconscious is that you do have the normal procession of the unconscious, and it's in the later half of the unconscious that things get stuck, because essentially what happens is that you gain a seventh step in which the trial of the unconscious, or the inferior of the unconscious, is revisited by what is regarded as the where did I write this down? Where did I write this down? Oh, yeah, in my notes on my cell phone. Okay. So Astaroth, I can't remember. Unconscious parent redirecting resistance to ego parent. So it's the unconscious parent. Oh yeah. So basically, the unconscious parent function, whenever it is getting problems from its inferior function in some sense, because that is the source of problem for the parent function, always is the inferior function, which it doesn't like, because it starts to symbolize the sin is looming near. So what it tries to do is it tries to substitute the unconscious inferior for the ego vanity. So it confuses its own inferior function in the unconscious with the dominant function in the ego. It tries to substitute those two things, and it uses them also. It uses them freely as substitutes, both being taken to be the same. Now, what this does is it ends up creating a pseudo seventh step in the unconscious circuit, because the ego vanity is directly proceeding from the unconscious sin. So it goes the unconscious parent function, the unconscious inferior function, the unconscious sin, and the ego vanity. Because according to the ego, the unconscious inferior and sin are the ego's death and lust or child function. Lust, child function being the same thing. Okay, so the pseudo seventh step in the unconscious circuit becomes the same as the fifth step. So the inferior function becomes the same as the ego's dominant function. It can do this, therefore, to avoid its own. The unconscious can therefore use this reliance in order to avoid its own sin. Because if its own trial is merely a reflection of the ego's vanity, then in the same way that in the Belial issue, the parent function is relied on to kind of have two bites at the same cherry, and to sort of do a post hoc kind of reverse engineering and sort of selective sort of sort of confabulation of things. In the same way, the vanity, which is the vanity of the ego, which is also the scarlet beast, can do the same thing when it is actively being capable of being substituted for the unconscious trial or the unconscious inferior function. But in some sense, this is being perpetrated by the parent function in the unconscious. This is only possible because of the parent function of the unconscious is essentially is locked into this strategy. And so, in some sense, what's happening is that the trial is stuck in a kind of in a loop of going trial sin trial, because the trial is being symbolically confused with the vanity in the ego. Uh, but that substitution equivalency is encoded by the parent function. The parent function is the one that is allowing these identities to be taken as substitutes. And so what you end up doing as well probably is that you end up creating a weird kind of reflection of the unconscious parent with the ego parent. That again, that essentially what is effectively happening is that the unconscious parent is redirecting any resistance that it feels to the ego parent. So in some sense, this is everything that happens after that is a kind of is the idea that the unconscious parent is becoming a translucent stand-in for the ego parent, where it's just like no, return to this is all. Everything that happens to the unconscious parent is sourced in the ego parent, which is obviously the woman on the back of the Scarlet Dragon, the mystery, the names of blasphemy. So in some sense, this is the Astaroth is a kind of adaptation of false ego complex, in which the upper half of the unconscious, which I've often called in other recordings the transpersonal sort of faith-based sort of thing, is completely untethered from the more embodied aspect of the unconsciousness, and it is just stuck in its own ideological forest, and in some sense it is just completely obsessed with sort of trying to find some way to navigate anima and animus in some sense. So it's a chimera. It creates a kind of a weird concocted chimera of anima and animus, and in some sense is very much connected with fascism. And in some sense, I think in the book of Samuel, which is all about Samuel rallying against his people for rebelling against God in demanding for a king, and then in some sense Samuel cursing, prophesying to the people of Israel what it means to have a king. Which in some sense spelled the end of the era of the judges, as essentially the issue of Astaroth and Belial would be sort of folded into the unfolding history of Israel. So much so that the covenant was famously displaced in the possession of the Ark of the Covenant was lost for a time to the people of Israel. Anyway, I'm picking up on threads that aren't necessarily important, but I'm just trying to create a bit of a that essentially the house of the Lord was forced in order to give rent uh, to both Belial and Astaroth in the substitution of the rule of the judges. Uh, with the rule of the kings, and in some sense, I think that this is a theme that is in multiple places reiterated as an open question, um, where it is stated, I can't remember the exact question, but is Saul one of the prophets, essentially, which is a continuing theme. Uh, is Saul one of the prophets? And that open question, I think, is essentially the rent which is being awarded to both Astaroth and Belial, where instead of the judges calling them out directly and naming them, they are then inculcated into the house of the Lord through the indulgence of the demand of the people for a king. Um, but it is interesting that I would say that fascism, I would think, is definitely a manifestation of the worship of Astaroth, as Astaroth. But I do think that Belial is given quite excessive free reign as well under such a brittle um, Now, I was going to say as well that both Astaroth and Belial, and in some sense Astaroth is much more socially pernicious, but they both entrench each other to some degree, because the existence of the one as a social sort of viable, let's say, in an uninvigilated way, will often promote the expansion of the other, because the one is a valid defense against the other. Uh, and the reason why they need each other, or they react to each other defensively, is because they are both filled with unreason, and in some sense, that unreason becomes a cult. Will become a cult that will directly correspond to the metatype cognitive function that is not inside the circuitry itself. So that the unconscious circuitry will have its natural manifestation within field circuits, and in some sense, karma will revisit itself. Karma will eventually see itself in the reflection of karma, or something like that, if you have enough integrity in a system of law, perhaps. And but if you have a society that is completely entrenched in the cult of a particular Astaroth, or making space for a particular cult of in some sense Belial, although Belial I don't think manifests as a cult. They can't even get along with each other, I would say, in Belial. Belial is very atomized. Astaroth is capable of creating essentially a cult of personality, or a cult of ideology, or a kind of systematicity, a model of systematicity. Um, Now, when you have that kind of structure, uh, where was I going with this? You end up provoking people to develop the hardened shell and the calcified heart of a worshipper of Belial, because in some sense you create dead mothers in the system, because you have stolen feminine energy into some uh, sort of ideological hermaphrodism, if I could put it like that. Um, and you've created a system in which it is so sort of up its own uh, ideological supply, uh, that it's so disembodied and disintegrated in the subconscious side, um, that you end up with people or children growing up in households in which they cannot connect from their subconscious to their unconscious because they just had dead mothers. And in some sense, they can see the Astaroth society as a floating cloud above them, and they are just trying to look the part, and then they do so as a kind of sort of narcissistic injury Belial. And so, what you will often, I think, get is you will get a degenerating culture and society in which you will have a very sort of ideologically corrupt sort of this happens so often, you know um, within two generations of Soviet Russia, within two generations of Nazi Germany didn't get to sort of do this, but in some sense I think I wouldn't be surprised if the Nazis didn't try to collapse their own political empire, because in some way they got the psychological feedback that this was not sustainable, that they were essentially hollowing out the souls of the people that they were, it doesn't, it sort of, it becomes such a hollow religion that's so pretentious, and when they see the true believers, it sort of reminds them of their own sort of, I don't think it lasts more than two or three generations. I think it very clearly collapses in on itself, and in some sense, although it remains to be seen. I mean, I think Russia did actually develop a leadership that actually ended itself. That put anyway. These are things that are, they in some sense developed their own humanity, and awareness or whatever. But I wonder if that was not because Russia had much more of a Belial component, which everyone was expected to engage in the Belial component equally, otherwise it wasn't fair. And that was toxic, but at least it was a kind of a shared lie. Whereas fascism, that I think tends more to be on the Astaroth side of things, can't ever admit that the mythology that it creates is bullshit. Except or rather, it already accepts that it is bullshit in the occult inner circle, and therefore it maligns its own followers essentially as stupid and cattle, and often has designs to cull them into a more superior, worthy sort of conduit. And so, they're both so inorganic, they're both so unauthentic. And in some sense, we're dealing with this quite explicitly in the West, with journalism, with race and gender studies, with the politics and the corrupt plutocratic elite. If there ever was a word to define our times, it would be plutocracy. Um, but what is, I think, despicable is just how stupid and pathetic these so-called revolutionaries are, who are in deep sympathy with the plutocratic rhetoric and propaganda. Um, the climate crisis. If there wasn't a friend, you know, somehow all the solutions are friendly with the most atrocious form of governmental authoritarianism and tyrannical overreach. And I mean, I'm not just saying that to be politically cynical. I mean, I think the science of it proves uh, the tenuous nature of the whole proposition, which is, quite frankly, I mean, if you just listen to polymaths, I mean, how about you listen to the people who invented the computer models that are used to model global warming? Listen to what his opinion is on the status of the field of that so-called science. If you just understand the history of the world and the history, even the relatively recent history of climate in the last 10,000 years, or even in the last 5,000 years, of which we actually know a huge amount of the climate of the last 5,000 years, um, the climate changes quite drastically, in fact. In fact, we've had stable climate over the last even 1,500 years, relatively speaking, which is not is not natural in some sense, and is in some sense a part of the reflection that we've been mildly coming out of the Little Ice Age. Anyway, and if anything, we probably need more carbon in the air than less. We need to focus on pollution if we are to focus on anything. And we can't focus on pollution because we're not allowed to have nuclear power because of these environmental lunatics. Anyway, horrible tangent to add to a psychological sort of. So, did I cover everything that I wanted to cover? Yeah, so the Astaroth gets stuck in a trial sort of trifecta sort of thing. in some sense, you can maybe even disregard the unconscious parent function as just because of the trial sin trial sort of looping, because of the substitution of the trial with the vanity in the ego, that will de facto just allow the parent function in the ego to just kind of become an all-seeing eye of all the things that are happening inside of itself, below it. And so that kind of blots out the parent function of the unconscious. But that's, in some sense, just another functional description of what I described. And in some sense, the natural cognitive dissonance, which usually occurs between the parent function, the trial and the sin in the unconscious, becomes the parent function in the unconscious is substituted for by the parent function in the ego, and then the trial and the sin is kind of like inverted because of the dominant function in the ego substituting for the trial in the unconscious side of the mind. And so you kind of have a mirror reflection in which the sin is the exact middle ground, and then what is above the sin, the two dimensions above the sin, the dominant function and the parent function in the ego, is the same as below the sin, which is the inferior function and the parent function in the unconscious. And that is, I think, the general model. You see, when I'm showing this kind of geometry, this is really not doing it justice, because, I mean, that's a pretty way of visualizing the structure of it, but in some sense it's really very pernicious, because what's happening is that the parent function, its own parent function, is losing sight of itself. So as the unconscious parent function sort of blots itself out of existence by the superimposition of the ego's parent function, it loses all responsibility for its own sort of sense of embodiment. It doesn't have an unconscious body. It's sort of held by the cloud, by the ideological cloud itself. And in some sense, all moral consideration is not embodied as an individual unconscious unit, that unconscious category is mandated by some kind of conscientious, because I mean the ego is basically the conscience, is the thinking about something in the abstract, thinking about something in not necessarily the abstract, but sort of thinking of, you already have to think of yourself in a third person perspective to be thinking of yourself from the ego perspective. It is very much the conscience, the frame of mind in which you are a conscious, you're being conscientious about yourself in the third person reference. And so you already have yourself in the third person reference, and then in some sense your trial and your sin of your third person reference is being reprocessed and recoded as a kind of as an object of vanity in one's conscientiousness, within a matrix of vanity in how the world works according to the conscience. And so if you're going to supplement an actual embodied conscientiousness for a theoretical hypothetical conscientiousness, it doesn't have a grounding in some sense. And so when you go trial sin trial, and then that second trial is in fact the vanity in the ego, which is substituting for the trial. Yeah, so it's like the superimposition. I mean, I shouldn't even say trial sin trial. I should say vanity sin vanity. because it is being reframed in terms of the ego completely. And therefore the parent function in the ego becomes this queen bee, becomes this queen of the hive. And because it takes two bites at the same cherry, because in some sense, the trial and the sin of the unconscious is the death and the lust, or the death and the child function of the ego, it gets to, in some sense, take two bites at its own death. It gets to decontextualize and recontextualize its own conditional thought form. So it's like in its formulation of its vanity, it gets to use the vanity to reposition hypothetically its own conditioning in its thought experiment. So essentially, all of morality becomes a fucking thought experiment, becomes a hypothetical. And you can see now why legal positivism and fascist ideology go hand in hand. And for example, the corruption in the South African legal system is a prime example, because the South African legal tradition was the only legal tradition in the history of the world, I will say, that ever had the rule of law, that ever actually properly had the rule of law on the books. And it has been completely betrayed and gutted by institutionalized corruption in the worship of Astaroth. They are worshippers of Astaroth, as all the fascists were, essentially. And then they excuse it to themselves that the ends justify the means, which is in quintessentially what the basis of Astaroth is, of the worship of Astaroth is. And in some sense, I think that this was the fundamental defect of Saul. Anyway, okay, so I think that's about it. And I mean, I might add as well that these people do not know how to associate with their ego inferior function. In some sense, they just don't have one, because they can just play this kind of game with their unconscious between the lower half of their ego and the upper half of their unconscious side of the mind. They can create a cycle, a kind of a mirror game in the geometry that I described. And as I said, it has a kind of, it will I think often, as soon as you do this, you've destroyed morality within a society and within a culture, and you end up promoting, when you have rulers that will not show you the grounding of their own humility and their own decision making, because you cannot do that, because the culture is so dishonest, because the political culture is so degenerated, because of the kind of ideological malfeasance which is taken to be normalized. But, in some sense, these are all just reflections of institutionalized corruption. And it corrupts the people at the same time, in some sense, as it's sort of, because, I think that there are no greater supporters of ideological Astaroth than Belial figures. Belial figures love the degeneracy of what Astaroth does to the social um, container, because when you have social norms and social constructs which are so toxic, then you create a kind of animal jungle. You know, you create a lot of hiding places uh, for a sort of Belial um, what's the word? Fiefdoms. You let people sort of use the ideology to disguise and to counterfeit and to make space. Well, if they can do this, then I can do that. You know, these sorts of weird kind of Belial things. But anyway, I'm not going to relitigate that. But in some sense, you justify a culture of a weird kind of self-indulgence. Although Astaroth will have scapegoats, and it will try to it will perhaps cull the forms of Belial that it sees as not being directly useful to it, or something like that. But it's weird because I would say that they do need each other to kind of reproduce each other over generations, if it's even possible for them to reproduce each other. I don't know if it is possible. I think that it is more likely that the whole thing will explode into a very decrepit form of insanity, or implode rather. Anyway, I mean, I've kind of outlined that, and I don't want to go into that in too much detail. I guess that's good enough for this recording. I'm going to further contextualize what I was saying about the worship of Astaroth into, I guess, more contemporary sort of issues and things like that. Um, you know, as all fascist ideologies or forms of cult-like systematized ideological schema have a kind of exclusive pantheon, which is obviously aggravated by inconsistent mythology that doesn't fit inside of its own pantheon. So, you know, all fascism sort of can only reconcile with its own breed, and in some sense, the closest it can get to making peace with another form of fascism is if it kind of goes along to get along to have a kind of ethno-state, a kind of Cold War between them. That you know, well, we both require that we be seen as our own moral universe, and therefore we must just make sure that our boundaries, our borders, are never trespassed by each other. So they can agree to that extent, perhaps, and also at the same time have a kind of Cold War power play as well. In some sense, they need each other to some degree to say, well, look, we shouldn't be like those other people who are alien to us, or something like that. But I would link this very much with the general lack of integrity in systems, that with essentially that allows one to be disembodied, allows one to be up in the air and abstracted, and to use this kind of weird, it has this cherry picking flavor to it, because it takes two bites of the same cherry in terms of its reprocessing of its own trial, that it can kind of decontextualize and recontextualize in a kind of post hoc way, that it can remake its own sort of conditional argument based on how the argument seems to be going later on in the chain. It can just kind of revamp, but essentially its lack of grounding is what allows it to get off the ground. And in some sense, it substitutes that lack of grounding for some kind of general, I would say, frozen conflagration of sort of of the pantheon type mechanics that I was just describing, that essentially its pantheon needs to be seen as sufficient, as complete, and in some sense as worthy of being without a grounding, because it's so cosmologically divine. It's just so profound. It's so sort of up in the air that we should never hope to go back to the ground. Um, and in some sense, this comes in the contemporary sense, I think, from the lack of integrity in the American legal system. That does not have the rule of law. It has a due process system, but it does not have the rule of law because essentially the substance of the law in America is trial and error. It is created by legislation. Um, it is an experiment, and the law in principle is not complete. It is always evolving in a kind of scientific sort of experimentalism, which was somewhat necessitated, I would say, by the premature development of a liberal nation state, which did not have the resources to actually have a constitution in which the legal structure could have real integrity. Um, the rights in the Bill of Rights in the American federal constitution are effectively not really justiciable. They don't really, in some sense, the American system is based on the moral abrogation away from its citizens by the legislative power. So you have to protect your rights at the ballot box effectively, because the rights are so vague and nebulous and sort of very sort of, because you can't have absolute rights, and to the extent to which that you pretend to have absolute rights, they are vague and embarrassing, and really not enough to actually entrench and keep the status of the republic, which has in some sense never had integrity because it doesn't have the ability for the citizen to stand up against the legislative house, which will always have the judge rationalizing a legitimate government purpose as to why the constitutional right has not been infringed. And so that's what you get when you have absolute rights. You get no defense of them because you just get simple astaroth rationalization to cover it over. And that has eventually manifested in a de facto constitutional crisis in America, which already existed in history, which already existed in line with the states' rights, the 14th Amendment problem, with the civil rights stuff, which, is still a wound in the American psyche, because essentially the Constitution is not fit for purpose. The Constitution is deficient, is vague and embarrassing, and nebulous, and the rule of law in America has essentially, it has been historically and culturally unconsciously regarded as being gutted, and it is only covered over by essentially this Astaroth cultism and pantheon war, and essentially the lack of the rule of law in America, which is essentially, oh, well, we've got a process, we've got a due process, everyone gets the same bite at the same cherry because it's a due process, but the actual substance that process, the substantive law that the process is welded to, or that is connected with, is not stable in principle. It is an experimental, it's repealed, it's repromulgated, it's reinvented. So there is no rule of law in America, essentially. It is the rule of man. And how it's covered over by these very untoward, so what you have is you end up with not equal benefit, explicitly not equal benefit and protection under the law. Especially when you track the idea that the substance of the law is vague and embarrassing as it is enshrined by the constitutional rights, which are effectively not fully justiciable. They do offer some limited protection, and that protection is too limited to really entrench the dignity of the citizen in a so-called republic. It's not a republic. It's not the rule of law, it's the rule of man. It's completely taken over by the democracy. And so you can only protect your rights, really, at the ballot box, which is undignified. But anyway, and that's what happens when you have a system that doesn't have the rule of law. In some sense, because America was too keen to create a constitutional framework to justify the War of Independence against Britain, and so in some sense, it did so at the cost of poisoning its legal system. Its legal system is basically an experimental prototype, and it's not a bad prototype, and certainly even my constitutional system in my country stands on the shoulders of the American experiment. But the American experiment is de facto in a constitutional crisis, and I'll just summarize it quickly. When a social justice warrior goes before a judge in court, the judge does not tell the social justice warrior, what you want is unreasonable, what you want is amoral, what you want is incoherent, go away, that I rule against you. The judge does not say that to the social justice warrior. The judge says, you do not have the political support to make me rule in your favor yet. That's what the social justice warrior hears the judge say in open court, in the decision of the judge. Because the judge is merely a pale reflection of rationalizing the plenary power of the legislative. And all the procedural rigor that exists within the American system does offer some technical protection, but it's not substantive protection, and also it means that you are at the mercy of those litigants who can outmatch you. And in some sense, the only way that you can get out of the procedural attrition and exhaustion of a litigant that has more power and, or let's say more money than you to fund legal excursion, then you would have to go before a full bench in the High Court of America, in one of the states or something like that, in which case you would have to deal with the toxic precedent that has been set by false authorities, by false experts, that have set the law according to a substantive structure which was invented by the legislative houses, and which is in a particular form in which you cannot argue against the structure thereto, because you don't have the substantive principles to say that the structure of the law is fundamentally deficient. You don't have general principles in the legal system. It's the rule of man, it's not the rule of law. And so you end up in America completely vulnerable to any false authority or any expert who can just merely provide evidence that their field tells you, their scientific specialization tells them that there's a likelihood that this is how this should be interpreted according to their expertise, according to their field. And that expertise will either be illuminated or endorsed by the structure of the law as it stands on the books, as it stands as an experiment by the legislative houses, who concoct the law as they go along, because the substantive law in America is one of trial and error. It is not in principle complete. And so until you have a principled structure of substantive law, which includes a proper justiciable set of constitutional rights, you don't have the rule of law, which America does not have. Anyway, and so in this context, America is the land of egregores, as has been explored. Well, I've seen it at least discussed secondhand. And I think that egregores are a permutation and a manifestation of the worship of Azeroth, whatever. But in what I have just gone into. And so America, has this, Americans have this, this goatish quality to them, because they don't have to have grounding in their reasoning in some sense. It's been culturally supplanted. It's been bred out of them, really. I mean, I believe that the legal culture in any culture, it's the legal framework that ends up becoming the basic morality for a people. over the long haul, how the legal tradition is framed within a society becomes like the lowest common denominator in some sense in the society. And that is why it is so important that a legal system have sophistication and have proper principles and values. Um, because if truth cannot be spoken to power through the legal system, if the individual citizen cannot wrestle against the leviathan of the state, then you de facto already live in a decrepit, um, dead player sort of arena. Anyway, so I'll just say that I do see all the kind of egregore talk as another manifestation of these warring pantheons, which themselves, I think, are fundamentally unresolvable because they are another species. They are just another candidate of the same corruption that the system itself has already been engaged in. In some sense, it's just a revolutionary. Um, I would rather give a completely different diagnosis to egregores, which is that egregores are monsters, are abominations, and what should be done of them and to them and for them is that the prevailing cultural system needs to be guarded, it needs to be defended, so as to sublimate those disparate forces. It needs to give account to those egregores. It needs to slay them honestly. It needs to authentically confront them and defeat them. And so this is why I praise conspiracy theories, because they are a symptom of the lack of legitimacy in the mainstream or traditional media. So when you see the emergence of egregore, I see it as essentially the honest, symptomatic reflection of a very deep sickness in society, which I link to the lack of the rule of law, effectively. That is how I frame it. The lack of integrity, essentially, the lack of legitimacy. And in some sense, it is a reflection saying, well, your narrative that you're peddling to me is just another Azeroth cult. Why can't I develop my own Azeroth cult, therefore? And so, in some sense, I see it as a reflection of the plutocracy, another pale reflection of the plutocracy. And I do not see it as, in some sense, I see it as the fuel of sublimation for something that should be more integrated, should be more healthy. And in some sense, it's another way to summon a orderly force. You know, it's to summon. You need chaos to herald the return of the king, as it were. The land should be cursed by the lack of integrity. That it must be now obviously if I mean this is the problem with revolution essentially. The peasants are revolting. Is you just end up with a new plutocratic candidate aristocracy in a renewed cultural cauldron of Azeroth, Azeroth, perhaps. I need to look up the spelling, but anyway, with its own new decrepit pantheon, which is just as hollow as the old one, which is in some sense just a new propaganda cycle in the fascistic ideology, in the systematized sort of ideological cycling of how these people who are so ungrounded and up in the air need a new thread for the new chapter of the narrative of of the storybook of the 1,000-year Reich or some other such bullshit, the 10,000-year Reich. It's that kind of progressive vision which has been at the basis of every fascist ideological regime, with its own disgusting pantheon as it tries to associate that pantheon into a broader set of narrative, to bring order to it according to its little cultish, up in the air, ungrounded, sort of two bites at the at the same cherry and being able to condition its own argument and recondition its own argument. The doubling down into sort of your own reality tunnel, as you see that reality tunnel is infinite in its kind of fractal sort of internal bullshit. And so, I mean, again, I just to contemporize this slightly, I am completely sympathetic with the right-wing rioters who took over the Capitol building, who were not there to stay, who were there to perform a stunt, who quite explicitly were performing it as a stunt. This is completely different to the Kavanaugh hearings, which were stormed. The left-wing rioters who weren't shot at, who weren't even stopped from storming the Capitol buildings to interrupt the Kavanaugh hearings, those left-wing people who went to interrupt the Kavanaugh hearings weren't there to perform a stunt. They were there to take over. They were there to who knows what would have happened if they had gotten a hold of Kavanaugh himself. You see the difference, that when the right-wing rioters stormed the Capitol buildings, it was a symbolic stunt that they were wishing to show perhaps the egregious disparity in so many things in our media, the difference in treatment, the difference in coverage, how they are being completely ignored by the traditional media, and how they will likely be maligned by the traditional media. And if you just look at the media treatment and the police treatment of the people who stormed the Capitol buildings in order to interrupt the Kavanaugh hearing, what is the difference? The difference is in projecting. That you projected on the right-wing rioters that somehow they're fascists, they're evil fascists, who I do think even unconsciously, although these people again aren't thinking in an embodied unconscious way. They're not thinking in any kind of sort of realism in their unconscious view of these things. They are looking at it in the hypothetical of their unconscious, in the Astaroth cult of their unconscious. Whereas that gives them the power to storm the Capitol buildings and be completely justified in doing so when they interrupt the Kavanaugh hearings, and who knows what they would have done if actually getting a hold of Kavanaugh. I mean, have you seen what these Antifa people are doing to people? The kind of violence and the kind of destruction and the kind of, because that's defensive violence, because what they do is not an act of violence, it's an act of defense according to their own hypothetical bullshit. So this is where we have this egregious reality tunnel which never makes contact with having to justify itself, where it can't hypothetically create its own sort of premise of its own argument. It gets to choose its own premises completely, hypothetically, so that it can ground itself in its groundless hypothetical contention. And so, this has captured the traditional media. This has captured the CNN and MSNBC and whatever they're called, and all the newspapers and such. And I'd see it as a direct reflection of the American legal tradition, which is rotten, which is absolutely rotten to its core, to its historical core, and it has manifested rotten history in its wake, essentially. Because the American constitutional rights in the federal constitution don't function, and in some sense, the American structure itself is weird, because the states themselves should have their own constitution, and when they do have their own constitution, and it's not conforming with weird amendments that are created then afterwards, I mean, it's sort of, the whole thing is a who is responsible for the lack of integrity in that integration, in that disintegration? So, I mean, I just want to say that Lincoln was not right, but he also wasn't wrong. but you've needed history to see the de facto constitutional crisis, of which I think the social justice warriors are a direct reflection of such. But also, the McCarthy hearings that had to remove the indoctrination and the undermining of American activities, the committee for, the undermining, I can't remember what the name of the committee was, but that committee was not wrong, and it was also not right. And in some sense, my country is the only country that actually had a legal tradition that could have actually done what Pinochet did as well to save his country from the Marxists. And what Pinochet did, in practice, some of it, I think, is very ugly. And in some sense, it would have been better if they had a legal system that could have put these people in prison, but they didn't commit a crime because the constitution in Chile is not good enough to really protect the state from totalitarians, essentially. And this is the problem, is that you need a liberal democracy that can actually protect itself from totalitarians, and you don't have that. My country actually did have that, but it was betrayed and destroyed by the cult of Astaroth. And in some sense, by the institutionalized corruption of Astaroth, which we actually contracted because the courts would not remove the academics from the universities that spread this race and gender studies, racist poison, and racial consciousness, which is supported by the cult of Astaroth, which has been culturally bred in the cauldron of America, in the disjunction of your own plutocratic fundamental, let me say, hypocrisy, but also enculturated degeneracy and corruption. And in some sense, the brilliance of America and the brilliance of the forefathers was in perhaps knowing that they didn't have the right constitutional rights, which is why they're all in the amendment section, but also why essentially they used Astaroth against itself, that they created a cult of Astaroth in the image of liberty and freedom to protect the Republic and to at least have some valence of freedom in the midst of the American experiment. But I would say that sort of wheel came off the wagon ever since the Civil War. I think America has still not recovered from the Civil War and cannot recover from the Civil War because of its de facto constitutional deficiency. And now it has precipitated a more overt constitutional crisis. This is what happens when you have a 300-year-old constitution that was a brilliant prototype to see the stresses, to see the failures, and it is a failure, I'm afraid. It was an enlightened failure, but still, it must be taken for what it is. And in some sense, the grounded view that I take on it, in some, this is part and parcel of my argument in my own country, which has been misled by the corrupt jurisprudence of America, which has been imported to my country in order to continue the same style of Astarothian institutionalized corruption and the corruption of ethics and values and morality, which now rules, as essentially fascism has become normalized as the EFF style politics, the black reincarnation of Adolf Hitler and his tin pot marching around and finger wagging and shouting, and the essentially the brazen antithetical rationalization that undermines the rule of law. I mean, it's all premised essentially on denigrating the rule of law, because you can just kind of make your own rational concoction. You can just rationalize everything twice, and then you go back to the drawing board if it's not going in your direction, if it's not going to mean that you can very clearly show that the ends will justify the means, then you just go back and you change the form of the argument to begin with. You change the hidden premise of the argument. And that's essentially what the progressive liberal streak is. It's just a cult. It's another cult of Astaroth. It's another sort of pantheon of disembodied Keegan stage 3, what I've called in many cases a sort of a borderline personality disordered ideology. Um, which is in some sense something that I've always associated also with French culture, with the idea of assimilation, and also with the inquisitorial nature of the continental, the Napoleonic law codes, the nature of that, which is essentially completely antithetical to the notion of the common law, which has effectively been blunted in the American instantiation of the legal framework in America. But even the common law framework is not enough without a solid substantive. I mean, the common law has the right spirit, really it does, but it needs to have a solid principled substantiation of the law in substance must be complete, which in some sense was only performed in my country, which had the Roman Dutch substantive law encapsulated by the common law and perfected by the South African Constitution of 1994, which has now been reinterpreted and its values have been gutted from it. It has been murdered and betrayed by institutionally corrupt judges, which should be impeached and removed from the judiciary in my country, which have been able to disguise their destruction of the system and their complicity in the institutionalized corruption of the political sphere and the ANC government, essentially. Because of identity politics, because of essentially reading identity politics above the law itself, the rule of man above the rule of law, essentially taking social justice to mean that it is right that moral consideration should be vested in a superficial group characteristic, that the superficial belonging to a collective ground of what is actually a protected ground of discrimination, as in that people should be protected from being discriminated based on those grounds, those categories have been taken to mean that they are the source of morality, that they are the source of social justice, belong to the group, not to the individual, to be protected from discrimination based on those grounds. It's a disgusting inversion and betrayal of the Constitution in my country, that understands that equality is not a right, equality is a practice of fairly balancing the rights of individuals. And the infringements of those rights are very carefully controlled by the limitations clause in my constitution, which has been broken and adapted by adding a governmental prerogative into that criteria, in which there is no mention of a governmental prerogative in that criteria. So we have this alien importation of a legitimate government purpose and rationality that now substitutes, which now becomes the substitution of the rule of law as essentially the prerogative, the governmental prerogative has come to substitute the rule of law, which is basically a summary of the corruption in America. So we have imported the corrupt American legalism, and therefore we have lost the ability to even see common sense in the reflection that arbitration by the judiciary and adjudication is meant to offer a society. And so our adjudication has completely been given over to these fascists and these proto-fascists and their pet egregores that can find no reconciliation other than through a disgusting fascistic bid over those who will still go to the ballot box to lend support to these people who I mean, never before did you have to go to the ballot box in South Africa to defend yourself against fascists. That was the point of the 1994 revolution. And these judges who have betrayed our constitution, they must be impeached. And in some sense, when there is a cataclysm in this country, if there is a cataclysm in this country, I pray that there is not. But in any case, they must have justice visited upon them. They must be tried in a new Nuremberg trials, either in a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But these judges, they must admit their fault, or they must be tried and punished for the damage that they have done to the Constitution, and the relinquishing of their sacred duty of holding the supremacy of the Constitution, which they have languished and let to ruin because of their disgusting partisan ideological cultish enslavement to false authority and to betrayal of the rule of law itself, as they endorse this disgusting institutionalized corruption just because journalists gave them the idea that it was popular, just because academics gave them the idea that it was intellectually sound, because of the cacophony of this disgusting and decrepit abomination and monstrosity that the mark of the beast has been enjoyed profusely by this corrupt judiciary. As their disgusting miscreants and cretins like the public protector will be enjoined by the bench in being protected because the ends justify the means in this disgusting system of baseless and groundless ethics that never has to justify itself, that never has to give an account for itself other than account in this groundless ideological circus. Okay, well, that's enough pontification from me, I guess. There's another leg of explication which is interesting to get into, which is something that I've already sort of outlined, but is worth going into as its own separate thing. I've mentioned it in some other recordings, that the hypothetical nature of the Azeroth cult that I've now sort of spoken about, one of the manifestations of how this functions is being able to weaponize pure possibility. And I don't want to make perfect functional representations of this, but I think that when you are doing either the Belial or the Azeroth thing, the thing that is interesting is that you're going to have a kind of a permanent structure around a particular cognitive function, which is going to be, in some sense, in the metagram, in the metatype side of things, which is then going to have a direct correlation to a metagram emotional tone or something like that. And so like a whole field circuit of emotional tones is going to be kind of correlated to a kind of idolatry, or a kind of mini idolatry. I want to, like one of the pantheon figures within the kind of Azeroth sort of manifestation of that as a cult or something like that. But, and you know, I've spoken about the TI cult often, and I think that in some sense it might not just be a TI cult, it might also be an introverted sensing cult as well, that has a correspondence with it, with this I mean, I think it is best described as TI cultism, but I think that TI cultism has a way of colonizing all the other cognitive functions, perhaps, or at least a certain subset of cognitive functions, to force it to kind of so in some sense you have perhaps particular personality styles, particular metatypes that will have an Azeroth cult or whatever, and then you'll have a particular kind of divide, because some will be able to seemingly comport with each other to have similar internal models of things that seem to be the same kind of translation from one to the other, and others will then be excluded from it, perhaps. But anyway, I just wanted to say that, like, I mean, SI can sort of be imprinted by anything else potentially. Um, and I would say that TI, it in some sense, to have an Azeroth cult, I would say it has to start in introverted thinking, because without an introverted thinking formulae, I don't think it would be too easy to set itself up against itself. Well, I mean, it already falls into that problem, probably because it is conjoined with other people who have, yeah, so I mean, it gets out of control very easily because it can't conserve its own sort of substance. Okay, I'm talking a lot, but basically the point that I just wanted to say is that the Azerothian sort of stuff, Astaroth or whatever, is going to be founded in a kind of ground zero, in a sort of, in a lowest common denominator cognitive function, and then it's going to sort of bend all emotional tones in being monitored by that cognitive function, which itself will not, it is not a sustainable proposition. I don't think that kind of system is not capable of maintaining itself even. But I just wanted to say that that's an important facet to this. Okay, that's a bit of a tangent. But the uh, and so in some sense that one of the emotional tones within the unconscious circuitry is going to be connected with the identity of a single metatype emotional tone that is sort of outside of the unconscious circuitry. And because that identity becomes a kind of equivalency which is being perpetrated by, in Azeroth, it's sort of the parent function in the ego, or and the parent function in the ego is responsible for making sure that the identity of the vanity in the ego is equivalent to the trial in the unconscious side of the mind. That the emotional tone in the unconscious trial is seen as the same identity as the ego's vanity or dominant function, and that fixed correlation is going to mean that all the emotional tones are going to have a correspondent value that emotional that cognitive function is going to basically project onto it, and that will be a kind of, that will just, it will, in some sense, it will segregate the field circuits themselves. It'll basically say that one field circuit must be isolated from all the other field circuits. And then in some sense I think that gives the room for Belial, because Belial then will, in its private sanctity, will be able to privately have an atomized, calcified narcissism that is a private scale narcissism, as long as it comports to the superficial field circuit that is being used as a kind of umbrella, as a container for the everything else, because it's seen as the kind of, that there's an ethereal like one of the four winds of the earth is used as a kind of, as a veil to the heavens, essentially, is a way of poetically sort of fitting that into the narrative. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to get into. What I wanted to get into is essentially the how pure possibility, how in some sense, it's actually good that I just went into all that tangential stuff, because it's not necessarily that tangential. That the field circuit here of the being able to have the private narcissistic machination that is fitted in under the umbrella of the kind of the chaotic cosmological ethereal one of the winds, one of the field circuits that is being used to ground the Azeroth cult, and then the three others that sort of are left outside of it can still, within their private personal circuitry, can convert energy to and from the Azerothian cult circuit, which is being regulated in the superficial ideological systematized way, which is in some sense all perched and welded to a fixed correlation to a single cognitive function. And I do think that that single cognitive function is generally averaged out as being introverted sensing or introverted thinking. I think that those are the only functions which are stable enough, essentially, because they can be paradox. There's no limit to the depth of paradox that those functions can conceivably sort of represent, so that they can kind of disguise their own inadequacy. They can disguise their own incoherent sort of promulgation of how the emotional tones are being used as sort of as a simplified canonical sort of formulae. And so so I mean, an example that I'm thinking of is I mean, I've gone through this recently in terms of talking about COVID-19 and the politics around it, and let's say the craziness of going to war with a COVID virus, which are famously incredibly adaptable viruses. They mutate so quickly. We've never gone to war with a COVID virus before. It's kind of folly to do so, especially in a world in which not every country is capable of eradicating the virus. I mean, the World Health Organization never proposed lockdown as a means to eradicate the virus. It was proposed as a means to slow the spread of the virus so that medical health facilities could be, sort of organized. But the idea that because some countries have actually been able to eradicate the virus in their populations, New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, have eradicated the virus. This is a problem. This is a fundamental problem, because if those populations cannot become immune through vaccines, which in some sense a vaccine might be useful for this wave of the COVID virus, but it's not going to be useful when it mutates. So unless the rest of the world is actually capable of eradicating the virus, then those countries will always be separate, or will have to be kept separate in some sense. Or their actual use of lockdown in order to eradicate the virus was in some sense, then creates this expectation, well, it's possible for us to eradicate the virus, therefore the world must follow suit. The world now is on task to eradicate the virus, when this was never what was being proposed by the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization never proposed lockdown as a means to eradicating the virus. So now we've got this difference in standard, but because it's possible for one country to do something, then somehow that creates a moral authority or a moral expectation that everything else must follow suit. But where is this consensus? So I mean, this vaccine, which I think is destined not to function. I mean, as I said, we're in science fiction right now. We've never gone to war with the COVID virus, and it's questionable whether it's worth it to go to war with the COVID virus as well, because we have to recognize that the last two flu seasons that we had were not deadly flu seasons. So we, in some sense, part of what has caused the excess death, the number of which is very controversial, I would say, because we don't even know how we're counting these things, that is generally regarded that every COVID death that actually does occur only represents about a year of life lost, because the people that are dying are by and large people that had under a year in terms of life expectancy yet to enjoy. And essentially what we are also tracking with at the moment is essentially the harvesting effect of having a very undeadly flu season for the last 2 years. Now, these are terms that exist within public health, and which the public health officials and the epidemiologists, the ones that have been given the spotlight by the state propaganda sort of, in terms of, all these very strange numbers, like the death rate is completely unscientific because it's based on a fake numerator. It's based on confirmed cases. This is propaganda essentially. But so we're dealing with a harvesting effect. We're dealing with an overcount of COVID deaths to begin with, because it's not so much people dying because of the virus. It's people dying with a positive test for the virus, which means nothing. I mean, there are many elderly people who have died with the virus who are completely asymptomatic with the virus and died of heart failure, because this this virus is, well, I mean, I think there is good data that shows that about half of the people that get this virus are completely asymptomatic. So, we've got all these very strange things, and very strange public health officials that are using very, I would say, wonky statistics, but also just misrepresenting their field entirely in terms of where is the humility in terms of how public health actually functions holistically. And public health is the field of, in some sense, it has to be taken in the round. It has to be taken not measured in deaths, but measured in days of life expectancy lost. And when you recalculate all the propaganda statistics against that kind of backdrop and you recontextualize what's going on, and then you realize that we have been misled by experts that have not been contradicted by what I would call the real experts, who in some sense are always a minority because they wear their humility on their sleeve, as it were, but which are still in the head of the leading epidemiologist in Oxford University, Professor Sunepta Gupta. I mean, could we please just give her more of a platform? Could we please just listen to her a little bit more? And and she has to sort of fight against this weird kind of propaganda and this weird kind of as if lockdowns were always designed to eradicate the virus, which they were never designed to eradicate the virus, at least in my country. And so the actual quality of the policy has just been, quite frankly, insane. Which is made even more strange because, Australia has succeeded in eradicating the virus. But, I mean, Australia is not Africa. You can't expect other people to eradicate the virus when they don't have the same medical, so the expectation is, well, it's possible for Australia to eradicate the virus with lockdowns and medical testing and tracking and tracing. So everyone else should be able to do that, or something like that, in a world that has the African continent. And so, and so then they'll say, well, America could have eradicated the virus with the lockdown if they just had a much stricter lockdown and they just observed it perfectly. Well, I would say America was actually much more reasonable, because instead of creating this impossible standard in which the world would be capable of eradicating the virus and then deferring the spread of the virus into the future, because I guess you could say I'm already pessimistically assuming that the vaccine will not succeed in eradicating the virus, because here's a radical idea. Let's not believe that it's somehow possible to eradicate endemic disease. Because that's fucking science fiction. How about we eradicate malaria before we try to take on a COVID virus? And in some sense, I still think that we shouldn't be going to war with all these viruses. It's not, we have immune systems for a reason, and they function for a reason, and maybe we shouldn't be messing with them for a virus that isn't even that deadly. This is not a deadly flu. It does not kill children to the same level to which it kills the elderly. That is, in my mind, the definition of a deadly flu. If you have the same mortality rate among the young as you do among the incredibly old and comorbidly ridden with disease, then we can call that a deadly flu. This is not a deadly flu. This will kill people with asthmatic conditions. This will, in some sense, kill people who are generally already quite sick. There will be some radical fringe cases, but that is roughly, and in some sense, we even know that what solves this virus primarily in terms of outcome, in terms of differential morbidity or not, is generally vitamin D. So this is a virus that can quite effectively be tackled by saying, let's take everyone into the sun and take some vitamin D tablets, and such like that, and saying the vulnerable should be quarantined and we should not quarantine the healthy, which, in some sense is an inversion of everything, as if this was some kind of, and then again you have to deal with the propaganda of the statistics of the death rate being 1.6%, which is an absolute crazy number. Even Fauci's own academic paper was 0.1% death rate at the time at which he said on CNN a 1% death rate, because he felt that, I guess, he had to exaggerate in order to create a public message, because that is the level, that is the quality of, in some sense, I mean, it's a commitment to a kind of anti-humility. It's a commitment to the fact that, well, human beings are so stupid, we just need to be fed a narrative. But I mean, also you can just sort of do the numbers. Uh, how many people are there in America? 300 million, 400 million, somewhere between there. I mean, do you really think that the virus has not spread through the population? I mean, do you really think it's possible that most people haven't already been exposed? And how much have we exacerbated the virulence of this virus by forcing it to adapt and evolve because of the lockdown? It's sort of it is likely the government policy and intervention which has made the virus worse, that we would have gotten over the hump in the I mean, the same thing happened with swine flu. When swine flu broke, all the hospitals were overrun as well, but that just wasn't reported on with the same tenor of hysterical systemic oppression from a journalism class that is used to peddling systemic narratives of oppression. So, again, well, you just see the weakness and the undermining and the undercutting of basic sort of liberal functioning. Oh, the liberal values have been completely counterfeited for a kind of lowest common denominator observance of a kind of hypothetical fear or hypothetical possibility. So you just merely need to posit a hypothetical dilemma or a hyper-rational sort of contention, and then everyone has to listen to your prescription of your so-called false authority. Because if someone can't defeat your dilemma, then they have to follow your prescription, because that is the shape that leadership takes, essentially. And the journalism is so hooked into that, essentially. They have lost all proportion, and they have lost all interest in investigation and ascertaining facts, and in some sense finding experts that are capable of showing the core of their humility. They're not, so this is the basic thing, is that when you are actually reasoning in a grounded way, in a coherent way, you say what you don't know. You're honest about what your field doesn't know, and you're honest about the general, you give some reading, you give some depiction of the weakness of the field itself. That well, the field has these mysteries in it which still have never been solved. That essentially we used to have deadly flus every 20 to 30 years, and they went away after the invention of air travel and sort of high-flying international commuting between countries. We stopped having deadly flus as a species because of international flying. Okay? Then when we get something that's like, arguably, I think this virus is not worse than swine flu. What's made it seem and appear worse than swine flu is the harvesting effect, for one, and for another, it's essentially exacerbated. It's been a political crisis that has been a useful way to, in some sense, bootstrap the way in which politics has been going for a while, in order to kind of normalize the flow of politics into a kind of, well, I mean, it's even been said, great reset. In which you have this unaccountable governmental prerogative and unaccountable paternalism from politics. Which is validated by this kind of ideological leveraging of pure technical sort of hyper-rational dilemmas, and sort of so that you can always use hard skepticism against your opponent, so that you don't have to justify your own prescription, because it's within your right to act as the paternal figure and to infantilize other people, essentially, which is essentially the model that we have now taken from identity politics and which now governs all political decision making. It's disgusting. And the cost of this is the kind of position that now Australia, Hong Kong, and New Zealand is in, is that they will have to segregate themselves from a world which was never plausibly capable of achieving their standard of eradicating the virus. And so, and the vaccine does not eradicate a virus. And in some sense, the virus will probably evolve. Maybe it'll become less deadly. Who knows? Maybe that will be the integration of Australia and New Zealand, is that when the COVID virus sort of finds some kind of equilibrium point, or the vaccine will probably cause it to evolve further. But maybe it will mutate into a strain that is simply less deadly. And then Australia will be a vulnerable. I mean, I guess if it uses the vaccines and it tries to use the latest vaccines, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll work out for them just fine. Maybe they will be in a better position that they were able to eradicate the virus, only that they will have to be separate from the rest of the world indefinitely until they decide to essentially, or maybe until they're vaccinated to the extent to which that they feel safe, that they can actually have it spread through their population, or that there'll be enough herd immunity from the vaccine, which I think itself will be a temporary reprieve, because I don't think that will even permanently. These COVID viruses do not get eradicated. They sort of they mutate at some point, but I mean, this is not like certain viruses you can actually eradicate. And again, in Africa, we have not even successfully eradicated malaria, which is probably a higher priority than eradicating COVID. So, yeah. I mean, in the long term, also, we don't know what we're doing to public health, because if we do, let's just say hypothetically, we do successfully remove this COVID virus. What have we in fact done? And let's say we now have it that now we protect ourselves from COVID viruses. We will always act this way in the face of COVID viruses. What will that mean for us then as a species? Will we move into instead of having immunocompromised people being taken out by flus, we'll have the harvesting effect reserved for other viruses, for rarer viruses? For for other kinds of plague, perhaps. And when those break out, because we didn't have the relatively safe COVID viruses running through our populations year after year, wave after wave, as they do, which is, I mean, in some sense, again, unless you're committed to completely wiping out all endemic viruses and diseases, I mean, it's a bit crazy. And again, I would say that if that is what you want for humanity, then let's do it in the right order. Let's first take out malaria. Um, so yeah, it's this weird kind of pie in the sky. It's this weird kind of utopian bullshit that kind of disguises itself. Because quite irresponsibly, you can say that, well, Australia did it, so every other country should be able to eradicate the virus with lockdowns. There isn't a grounded, I mean, yes, technically it's possible if every other government in the world was like the Australian government, if every other health department in the world was like, and every culture was like the Australian culture. Uh, hmm. But yeah, this is the kind of, I mean, again, I would link this almost to the French snobbery, or I don't know what the conceit of the French um, has this intellectual thread within their sort of their high society. And this is also how they justify their sort of, I'm just going to poetically call it, judicial philandering. Which is, I think, actually a good summary of how sort of these Azeroth cults sort of see their justice system, because essentially if you have to prove your innocence, then it's not so much about a standard of guilt, it's about the standard of innocence, and therefore what inclines you to be regarded as innocent, what is the mark of innocence, essentially. um, and therefore there is no longer a via negativa, but a via positiva, in which you are um, regarded in good stead, because essentially the whole thing is devoid of principles, essentially, or I mean, in a deeper level, that the substance itself becomes a sort of the principle becomes about the process and not about the substance itself. So the lack of the rule of law. In some sense, I would say that the French system, at least, is honest about its depravity. I would say the American system is much less honest about this. It disguises it, um, because they have these canonical rights, constitutional rights, which are essentially political propaganda. But anyway, I tackle that in the last little addendum. So you get schism, essentially. Azeroth is this is this uh, is this schismatic clicky. It creates these cliques of schismatic um, cultism, which is, and this is what you get uh, from fascism, or I mean, well, anyway, I mean, I'm thematically connecting it with fascism. I mean, generally, I guess you would call it maybe proto-fascism, um, but essentially, and that is the symbol of justice in France. The magistrate, the fasciste, the bundle, of sticks that are wound together, and together they make an axe. So the bundle of sticks together is symbolic of the axe that can sever a stick and sever a bundle against it. And in some sense, it's arbitrary which bundle of sticks has the axe, the power of the axe, and therefore they demarcate their dominion territory. And they are the same as any other pack of demons, really. We are legion. We are many. Give us a wide berth. And that is the quality of the disembodied, abstracted politics and intellectualism that we suffer from in our time. And the left, I think, has been captured by this forever and ever. And although I often criticize Noam Chomsky, which I don't like to talk about him in his dotage, that he has tried to play a double agent. He has tried to play a bit of a dead spy, I think, because I think he does know about how decrepit the state of the left is, but he is wholly sympathetic. That they must refine themselves, and they must find themselves in this generation, or something like that. And he does not see the depth of the depravity and the irreconcilable corrupt foundation, which they are simply not interested in attending to. They just want to play revolutionary games. They want to be live action role play. They want to play a kind of egregore Pokemon match. Anyway, I've really taken this topic and theme almost to the most extreme sort of, or no, I don't, to very obscure levels of elaboration and investigation, and I just feel that it then is misplaced if I don't sort of go all the way. So I do want to add this other sort of technical point, because it was certainly a bit embarrassing and in need of some cleaning up when I talk about the TI cultism, which I only really just sort of mentioned as something that I've discussed in other recordings. But anyway, there is a, let's say, a slightly updated version of this, which is that, and this is going to be even sort of more obscure, but I see this everywhere. Like in my particular criticism of John Vervaeke, particularly in how he received there was a three-way conversation with Paul van der Clay and I can't remember her name, and a woman who was talking about prepositions and saying that preposition, and I reflect on her investigation into prepositions as being in some sense what is actually needed in order to give order to, in some sense, that they are the basis of dimensionality within actual cognitive functions. And without those cognitive functions, you can't make heads or tails of anything, because without that basic dynamism or dynamic analysis, you are stuck in playing stupid games. And some of these games, which I think are of the height of sophistication and seemingly very important and philosophically important into ordering the world, into making meaning from the world, would be a certain craze that happened in philosophy or whatever, which is somewhat within grammar theory and sort of straddles the line between some kinds of phenomenological inquiry, but essentially what can probably fall under the name of sortal predicate logic and things like that. And so I I myself need to get hold of a paper that gets in. I think it's called Philosophical Grammar. um, I can't remember the whole title of the paper. It's like it was first brought out in 1965 by, I think, someone Wallace. But I think that was the paper that I based my thinking on, because and part of that paper goes into sortal predicate logic, and I'm this is a bit vague and embarrassing for me to say myself, but essentially, I never looked at the paper when it goes into the sortal predicate logic stuff. I was focused on the preamble towards that, because there were some very useful ingredients on the way to that, which I basically um, developed into my prepositional sort of functional analysis, and the ingredients to which were actually, I believe, in that paper, or I'm getting the names of the papers mixed up. It's hard for me to retrace work that I did when I was 4 years old. But anyway, the point here is just that, and again, I'm using sortals as a bit of a metaphor. Um, the problem with sortals, when they are actually used in practice, is that you get cases of ambiguity in which you don't know if you're dealing with a collective noun, a kind of Aristotelian ideal form category, um, something that needs to be interpreted within some kind of teleological framework, in which case it will have to be interpreted by the listener, by the audience, by the whoever is hearing and making meaning of the sentence, of the phrase, because the phrase itself, if there is any kind of sortal ambiguity, it has to be animated by the listener. It doesn't, and you could say that, well, there's an initial intention maybe, but this ambiguity is especially amplified when it's a question as well. Uh, in as much as that we're not just going to exist in individual unilateral reality tunnels or something like that. But anyway, the idea that you can kind of remove that dynamic complexity in life and replace it with a kind of logic of sortal predicates or something like that. This is, I think, I would link that thematically with TI cultism, and also specifically with what I have described as the worship of Astaroth. That it doesn't have any embodied grounding, and it's just sort of up in the air. And it just kind of takes two bites at the cherry in terms of delimiting its sort of conditional, prepositional sort of premises. And so it can just kind of go back and clean up its own premises if it looks like that it's not going to lead to a kind of tautological self-verification. And so you end up with this kind of TI, introverted thinking paradox. And anyway, I do think that this all false authority generally comes in this flavor of something of like trying to obscure the problem of sortal ambiguity, essentially, in practice, which is an ambiguity which one finds in practice. And although within certain examples of certain semantics, or within certain language domains or something like that, you can maybe try to create a kind of a canonical treatise on, well, this particular sortal is going to have these options, or this particular mechanical implication or insinuation. That's quite frankly not good enough, and in some sense it's somewhat arbitrary, just to the particular manifestation of a particular sphere of language, something like that. And in some sense, the actual prime categories that this needs to be mapped within are prepositional, essentially. And then there is still the problem of ambiguity there as well. Anyway, so talking around and about and on this topic, the point here is that if you don't have the kind of TI narrative, then you realize that what you're doing in science is probably a waste of time if you're not actually propounding your theory from an explanatory sort of cornerstone from some kind of actual foundational basis. But every time that you're fielding a kind of a broad, hypothetical, incremental sort of piece of the puzzle, that only works if you've got a kind of TI matrix in which you think, well, if these pieces of the puzzle seem to be stable enough, then they must sort of eventually comport in some kind of neo-pragmatism that academia is sort of, slowly building its Tower of Babel, essentially. Um, and you can see how they leverage hard skepticism about anyone who would rail against them. You can see how they use this very brittle kind of hyper-rationalism in the same way that I've tried to describe it politically, and in terms of identity politics, they play the same trick, that the ends justify the means. And if you can't sort of give them a separate pantheonic Astaroth, sort of cultism, then they're not happy, they're not satisfied, um, because in some sense a kind of tautological introverted thinking is the only version of authority that they've ever inclined themselves towards being contented by, or it's got this self-satisfaction, and that's also ties in the theme of the hermaphroditic, kind of militarized sort of, that it is self-satisfied within itself to have both a kind of masculine and feminine completely canonically imbued within its particular pantheon, within its particular sort of tentative vision that kind of stretches on into the future as a kind of never-ending Ponzi scheme that can always be doubled down on. That essentially the main framework has already been, essentially, it's already been bought wholesale. There's already a blind faith afoot, essentially. Um, and I would generally say, this generally falls under the idea, well, an external locus of control, an external authority, an outside authority, which can be totemically symbolized or something like that. And as in, well, everyone has already normalized this. Our culture is already plugged in. We're already living underneath the umbrella of, sort of scientism or scientific, kind of fruitfulness or something like that. And so to go out beyond that umbrella, you forego, essentially, well, then you don't deserve to have an Apple iPhone because you are an apostate, and you reject the fruit of science, and therefore you don't deserve science, to enjoy the fruits of science, or something like that. As if you were to be fed by someone who is part of a culinary guild that is a tradition of cuisine which has evolved over 500 years, that essentially, if you do not take your chef to be a priest, uh, uh, if you do not say that, well, if I can make food taste like this, then surely I must be given the mantle of diviner, of the true nature of reality, because I mean, it's that kind of non sequitur nonsense that is just so blithely up in the air and up its own arse, essentially, that it gets away with it, essentially, that it's so bold in its utter hollow and vacuous, and in some sense the normalization of this, and the radical normalization of this that has occurred within identity politics, the idea that you can just forego coherence. There's not even a shred of coherence, because in some sense, for it to have coherence, it would have to be humble about its own far-reaching, presumptuous sort of um, sequestration of reality into a kind of tentative bubble of sort of assumed validity within some sort of stupid mode of experimentation within thought experiments, in which you've already kind of um, disambiguated according to some TI codex, um, because in some sense the humility comes from the ambiguity in the sortal interpretation, which is in some sense, I would say, the true representation of the need of a non-dualism within meaning making and within consciousness. That essentially conscious properties, and in even to track this non-dualism, you need something like a prepositional matrix. But when you instead have a kind of automatic disambiguator that's based on a kind of predicate sortal logic, which seems to get away with itself when you're just dealing with particular words, which are essentially just an arbitrary feature of that particular sphere, that particular language itself, or something like that. And so, in some sense, language and the idea of an objective knowledge, an objective God of the world, an external authority, a false authority, uh, that we must all find, we're only ever not alone if we can find ourselves plugged into the same false authority. It's that kind of relinquishing of the spirit, that kind of relenting of the soul over to a profane idolatry. Um, so we have these kinds of features, which these are the sorts of things. So the reason why I call it a TI cultism is because that's what I see operative the most. But it's ironic because I've at least described that ENTPs are the worst sort of perpetrators. So I'm just trying to find my notes so I can. That and in some sense, ENTPs are not. Oh, here we go. Okay. That's interesting. So the ENTP. Anyway, I mean, the weird thing about the ENTP is that they don't have TI as the parent function uh, in the ego. It's actually one of the elements of the cognitive dissonance. Essentially, it's the TI in it's the child function of the ego. Is TI, and also the other expression of TI is the parent function in the subconscious, the first domino. It's interesting. Anyway, I mean, I did discuss it. Anyway, so in some sense, it's not the. Well, yeah. So I mean, it's somewhere in the mix. Anyway, this is not so. This is not really an important thing to look at, but yeah, I mean, I it's not that in some sense also I shouldn't. It's not ENTPs that are particularly toxic necessarily. It really has to do with if they're doing the work of the first church or not. Because if they know that they have a false prophet, then at least they can have some sensitivity as to their own structure. But anyway, And in some sense, I guess the most toxic thing about them would be if they don't even try to have an understanding of anything in some sense, because they don't believe that that's possible, which is something of what has been normalized by at least some readings of the Keegan stages. But anyway, where essentially they just become sort of pragmatists. In which case there's an endless, unexhaustible sort of well of depravity which they can indulge in without any repercussion. Anyway, or within their own sort of aspects of cognitive dissonance, they can just kind of fold that in on itself. But anyway, and in some sense, I think ENTPs are good at disguising things in that way. They are good at essentially the Trojan horse. But anyway, I mean, this is not the place for me to go on about that. There is another thing that I wanted to make a small revision and update upon. Damn, now I've just kind of gone blank. Oh yeah, which is another interpretation of self-actualization with the current problem that I'm dealing with, which is, I mean, and I've even speculated that, oh, okay, well, maybe there's a different kind of crucifixion that needs to happen or something like that. Doubling back on all of that stuff, perhaps what needs to happen is that the unconscious side of the mind needs to become vacant. That in some sense that is the new heaven. So this would be a slight reordering of, so this is another sort of speculative measure of my theory of self-actualization, is that basically you operate from the superego and the subconscious, and you only operate from the superego and the subconscious, and that becomes kind of like conjoined the new earth. And you leave the unconscious alone, and you leave the ego, which is still capable of crucifying itself as a solid state, as a kind of like troubleshooting sort of fallback, so that if the unconscious circuitry does actually revive, that you're just automatically crucifying. Or if there is, I mean, in some sense, so you are actively being passive in your unconscious side of the mind. You're not being active in your unconscious side of the mind. You're just observing it, and you are actively crucifying however it comes up, so that you can stay focused in the superego and subconscious. And so in some sense, the unconscious vanity becomes, or the unconscious dominant function becomes essentially the perfected antennae that is just automatically sending whatever signal it's receiving in its confluence of being part of the unconscious sphere of things, that just automatic, or almost not exactly automatically, but it's not, you're not resisting the unconscious flows, and you're not adding to them. It's become sort of translucent, and so it's just transparently being fed up into the ego to be crucified, which might have to be enacted, which might have to be actually sort of compel activity, and in some sense that activity is just more activity within the superego's dominant function, which is the New Jerusalem. So in some sense, and again, I mean, there's a way of integrating everything that I've said, that what I've just said, when I said, oh, well, we need to get the New Jerusalem into the dominant function of the unconscious, well, I've just done it in another manner of speaking in some sense, but in a way in which that you, in some sense, you let the unconscious, you let the chips fall where they may, in some sense. You don't some sense, that is your heaven. That is what you even did with yourself, but not on the level of looking at yourself from heaven, but that is the crown that awaits you in heaven, in some sense, by your actions upon the earth, which is in some sense the superego, and the and the subconscious, which become in essence your that I think is well, I'm not really. This is a complete reworking of, or I mean, this is my own view of self-actualization, but in some sense that would be how I would say Keegan stage 5 is the only stable way of Keegan stage 5 is essentially is acting from the superego, which is in some sense then the revisited and rehabilitated Keegan stage 1, which was toxic this whole time, which was incomplete this whole time. And the ability of the ego to render that work and healing, that self-healing done through the work of the crucifixion, from the ego to the Keegan stage, from the Keegan stage 4 to the Keegan stage 1, that is the proper transition into Keegan stage 5. Again, I realize though it's weird me saying Keegan stages when I am at odds so much with. Anyway, yeah. So the okay. So if that is that, then yeah, I need to do a big printed out sheet of paper so it's easier for me to look at other people's types. And I actually need to double check if it's easy for me to represent metagram on these. Anyway, I'll do that now. I'm also remiss in actually doing real work. This is so embarrassing, but I must continue to catalogue perhaps important speculation. So, I'm beginning to think now that perhaps the dominant function in the unconscious side of the mind, after the reformatting or the repartitioning between the subconscious and the unconscious, in which the dominant function becomes a new reflection, perhaps the new heaven to reflect the new earth. As the what was formerly the unconscious death and lust, or death and child function, is instead performing the work of the 6th and 7th church, which is kind of like a part of a continual. So if that is the end of the prescription given in Revelations, the work of the 7 churches, essentially, as the model of the new personality, and the new earth, then the dominant function in the unconscious would be, in some sense, the reflected aftermath, or the precipitated heavenly avatar, perhaps, or something like that, or reflection of what is loosened or bound up on the earth, in the arrangement of oneself, or the self-organization. Anyway, so what I'm spelling out is that perhaps the dominant function in the unconscious is the morning star that then goes into the right hand of one who shares the throne. The proper work of the subconscious, the work that is, and the promises inculcated within the work of the seven churches. Okay, so if that, okay, so that would at least give meaning to a lot of things then, because then the morning star would have a place, and then it would be returned uh, to the right hand uh, side of the throne. Anyway, the other speculation that I'm going to go into, and this is now actually I have within my power, I could already have charted looking into this, so it'll be interesting. I guess I'll give my speculation first, and then I'll report back what it looks like. But I'm beginning to think that the 10 horns of the beast are not necessarily always in the same place. And the reason why I say that is because I might be looking at the wrong thing when I look at 10 horns in terms of making the correlation and the connection between the 10 horns and the span of dimensions over which the emotional tones are constructed that make up the personality, because that certainly the 10 horns would not, that span of 10 would not be consistent on types in which the edges of those 10 horns fell on one of the final 5 dimensions, which don't comport to any emotional tone construction. So either I'm mapping or modeling the 10 horns on the wrong, on I actually believe that the 10 horns could be consistently mapped from the dominant function in the subconscious to the parent function in the ego, because that's a stable 10. And anyway, so that would be a stability to the 10 horns, so that's fine. The issue that I would have is about the definition of sattva, rajas, and tamas. That's what I'm really speculating about, and this is something that I can do a real investigation about, because I'm a Metatype 13. There are 3 subvariants of Metatype 13, one of each guna, and I'm a sattva. And it just so happens that I'm a sattva, and my emotional tones are constructed from ingredients that cover a span of 10 dimensions. They don't include obviously every cognitive function within that, because like 4 of those cognitive functions, no, not 4, 3 of them are the final 5, are part of the final 5, so they don't make up any of the emotional tones, and one of them is just left out. One of those span of 10 is not part of the final 5, but it just is not included in any of my emotional tones. So, and in some sense, that one that is left out, which is the trial of the unconscious, dimension 15, that one that is left out. Anyway, so these are the kinds of features that maybe are the ingredients to having a metatype description and a metatype definition of the gunas. Because perhaps what happens is that there might be a particular there might be a sort of a particular formulaic structure here. I mean, so it's either that, I mean, it's just interesting that maybe the definition of sattva in metatype is that the trial on the unconscious is vacant, and maybe it is also that the outer edges of the horns are used as ingredients for the metagram emotional tone circuitry. So in some sense, sattva always has somewhat of a generally good reading of the container of their sort of internal footprints. They see the outline of the entrapment. In some sense, I mean, this is how sattva is always described within the Hindu. That, you know, the golden chains, that everyone is bound in the chains of karma, but the sattvic bondage is a golden bondage because it's transparent. It's clear of its own. It's conscious. Anyway, I mean, I've called sattva in some description the Seth type, because there is something interesting that and this is a code that I still haven't been able to find a correlation to metatype, a stable correlation to metatype for. But when I archetypally map out all three distinct gunas, and I say that they are made up of similar, they have a unique sequence which is made up of the same ingredients, comparing between them, which is still a derivation that I'm not exactly sure how I contrived those archetypes. You know, I made up these extra labels of the stimulus, which is made up of the devotion and the declaration, the primary counteroffer, the primary counteroffer, which is made up of the prayer and the answer, and the emergent response, which is made up of the oath and the worship. And I might not have even have mentioned them in the exact in the same kind of sequence, because the one I've just given three pairs, and each of those pairs I can call one of them a perception and one of them a judgment, which is really a technical thing. It has nothing to do with the perception and judgment of in terms of MBTI-esque functions. It has nothing to do with that. I mean, another thing that I've called them is the one I've called the presentment, and the other one I've called the theme. And I've usually symbolized them as the over the Star of David, because they each make up their own triangle of so each one has a triangle, triangle of judgment and a triangle of perception, or a triangle of theme and a triangle of presentment. And the weird thing is that the sequence between all the gunas of that breakdown is a consistent sequence. And I believe that might have something to do maybe with the field circuits, maybe with how the field circuits, that they are there are certain emotional tones. Maybe it's the emotional tones themselves that are in a fixed correlation to being in a presentment, or being in a theme, or being in a devotion, or one of the subcomponents, a devotion or a declaration, an oath, or a worship. Because maybe that's where that archetype is drawn from. I mean, you see, this is embarrassing. I'm saying, I should know the answer to this, but I mean, I was working on this a long, long time ago. I mean, it's not easy, I guess, being the only person working on your own field that has taken you 27 years to construct. So what's the problem here? So it's a combination of that. It was derived from the pattern, because I empirically observed a sequential formulae, or a sequential. There was an innate structure in emotional tones, and I could only ever work out a sequence of four. That there are four distinct emotional tones, and that was the prime seed of of a um, a circuit. That people have emotional tone circuits that are made up of four distinct parts, but then I realized that two of those parts were being uh, repeated. So there was a base of four, and that was being extended into six. A base of, yeah, and the to see that manifestation of 4 to 6, that was also part of the impetus for me to create these archetypes, which I've never been happy with, because they don't have any grounding, except that they were derived mechanistically. They were collated with a lot of things being put together, um, and in some sense I mean, the thing that annoys me about those made up words that I made up is because I still have no idea if it's accurate to say that sattva and rajas and tamas have similar archetypal anatomy. And the thing that I was also looking at is in finally being able to ground metagram circuitry into metatype, at least on the level of the gunas, would perhaps offer me an answer to the question. Uh, in answer to the question of I was thinking that, I mean, in some sense it would be very interesting if perhaps I what I'm about to say is a structural speculation, which may or may not be true, so I might as well say it, is that the 10 horns, it would be in fact more interesting if the 10 horns model were different for each guna. That the 10 horns would be dependent, in some sense, that maybe sattva has a certain 10 horns that goes a certain formulaic span, and rajas has a certain 10 horn formulaic span that's like one up or one down, that shifts one up or one down. And anyway, there could be a clue to this if I just look at my Metatype 13, and which has one of each of the gunas, which will in some sense, it's not a definitive thing because there are 17 other metatypes, but not every metatype has got a type from each guna. So I might just be lucky that I will see something that shows different patterns within my own type, essentially. But what is the other thing that's worth talking about here is yeah, I mean, this is still very embarrassing to say that one of the things that plagues me is specifically knowing what the dysfunction is on one dimension. What is the actual dysfunction? Is it just that the green sequence, the magnetic sequence, is leading the electric sequence, the red sequence, that essentially the red sequence is automatically having to propitiate, in some sense, the magnetic structure or effigy or something? I mean, at least metaphysically, that makes the most sense, and is the sort of the easiest sort of thing to postulate. And then the other thing would be that perhaps the source of the gunas is that magnetic effigy which is being ideated about, or is the seed of the corruption, or whatever you want to call it. And in some sense, that ideation might also not necessarily be on the dimension itself. It would be represented within a thought form, a prepositional thought form, that the articulation of which, and I'm using articulation slightly poetically, articulation as in the observance of that prepositional thought form, the valence of that tone of consciousness, the valence of that, or the actualization of that grammatical sentencing, uh, would essentially have a particular magnetic drama being depicted between that would essentially, and perhaps there are three particular species, perhaps there are more than three particular species, that essentially maybe it's between, it's not in a particular magnetic component, but it's a relationship between two magnetic components. And depending on which pairing would give you sattva, rajas, or tamas. Obviously, if it was a pair and not an individual, obviously it would make sense that it should. Well, it would be easier to picture and to functionally track or something like that if it was a pairing as its base. In some sense, the pair would also involve the extraneous third components, because they're three components of every dimension. Obviously, then how do I get three pairs? Well, then you would have to have four components, as in one of the fourth component would be of the prior dimension. Or perhaps you could even go, then why not five components? But I do think that of in terms of the amount of pairs that you can have, I do think that on one side it would actually have to be broken, or it either it could be a pair between the first green, the first magnetic element, the dispersal of a dimension, and the last dimension's ridge, magnetic ridge to magnetic dispersal, and then the other two would be left in a certain kind of dis, which could, let's say, work out its own relationship between itself. Maybe that's what sattva is. So that the in some sense, only 1/3 of a dimension is corrupted, and 2/3 of that dimension is left unbridled, to make its own kind of compensatory sympathetic association, which can eventually mean that maybe Sattva has the internal resources to more readily unimpinge itself. Maybe. Anyway, or it could be the exact opposite. It could be that, well, because this dimension is corrupted with the association of the prior dimension, that it makes it all the more tamasic, that it is sort of, it's pulled the rug out from under its own feet, so that its dimension can never sort of even see its own level of so I mean, see, it just shows you that I don't even know how I might even define sattva against tamas on this atomic level. Anyway, so and maybe the focus is on just the pair, and the what is left out of that pair is just irrelevant in terms of the cascade of the actual structure of the false ego complex. Might just be a chain of sympathetic sort of magnetic resonances. I mean, that are occurring in a cascading way on in some sense I mean, in some sense, I do think that it starts in the dominant function of the subconscious. Because the dominant function of the subconscious actually has to parse, P-A-R-S-E, the false prophet, or the floating parent function of the superego, the death and the lust, or the death and the child function of the subconscious. And it has to condense that situation into a dominant function and a subsequent parent function, leading on from that. And that tension between the dominant and the parent function is its own sort of mini summary of almost the fatalism of the false ego complex, which would correspond, I believe, to the work of the fourth and the fifth church. The dominant function in the subconscious, I think, covers the work of the fourth church, and the parent function in the subconscious covers the work of the fifth church, or the message and revelations. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I'm still trying to find the definition of the gunas. So I mean, I've just, even in this recording, made a plethora of speculation about it. And I mean, it's interesting that essentially you are fallen, although I would say that you're only fallen by the dominant function in the subconscious, that in a way that you know that you're fallen in a way that already hooks up with the ego, that already there's a magnetic resonance that I would say, I mean, I even speculated that the magnetic resonance doesn't go through the false ego complex, it goes backwards, it goes down through the superego that's floating on nothing, it goes through that nothing to kind of already work out where it needs to end up in terms of in some sense, that disjointed connection, if you'll excuse the oxymoronic phrasing, might be the structure of the guna in some sense, because that might give the wide berth, or that might give the kind of the logic of connecting through that nebulousness of the floating of the absent superego, might in some sense impregnate within and encode within the ego, which is being communed with through the voided superego, might in some sense be the pattern of the superego itself that is being forged in that kind of magnetic bondage between the dominant function in the subconscious and the ego, that essentially that the cadence of that connection is in some sense the guna itself. But I don't know how it would understand what guna it is, except because I don't have a good enough philosophy about the field circuits themselves, about the meaning of the field circuits themselves. I mean, they might be divided into subject matter. You know, the full field circuits might be something like body and mind and soul and something else, or it might be it might have to do with the subject matter of the grammatical sentence that is being formulated in the dominant function, that as the dominant function is obsessing over a particular formulation, a particular sentence, the sacred contract that it is the starting block of that sacred contract will fix the pattern somehow. So anyway, yeah, I mean, again, more radical speculation. But let me just say as well that I want to clean up some of the things that I've spoken about the worship of Azragoth and the worship of Belial. Although, no, I think I'm just going to focus on Azragoth, because I think what I said about Belial is roughly correct in whole. That, or is it Azdaroth? I always say it wrongly, but and I mean, in some sense, I think that there have been many variations of the worship of this. But anyway, that I think that the death and the lust, or the knowledge of good and evil of the subconscious, because in some sense the subconscious, I don't think, has a death and a lust, because it is birthed from a floating parent function which never had its own lust, never had its own child function. So instead it has the lust that it gives to the subconscious, like Father Christmas. And when it does that, I think that knowledge of good and knowledge of evil will be related to what Jung spoke about in terms of the animus and the anima, and that it has a kind of gendered profile, that avatars of the knowledge of evil are more like Adam, are more like the spirit, are more masculine, and ones that are more focused on the knowledge of good are more feminine. And in some sense, the one is a direct reflection of the other. The knowledge of good inverted is the knowledge of evil, and the knowledge of evil inverted is the knowledge of good. So they both are reflections of each other, and in some sense, you know, what the one vocalizes is the inverse of what one has to plot and think about. So I mean, again, I see that there's a kind of hermetic alchemy that is necessary here, but that is the basis of a lot of sort of gender and spiritual sexuality and things like that. But anyway, I think that it is perhaps not what I was speaking about in my earlier in the earlier part of perhaps this recording that this will be appended onto, that it's not the source of the anima and animus is the subconscious death and lust, or knowledge of evil and knowledge of good. And that and this is perhaps also will more markedly be the reason why masculine and feminine humor is so different, is because when men are expressing their subconscious child function, there is often an obvious sort of satirical tone to it, which marks it as essentially masculine or responsible masculine or something like that. And in some sense there's a weird kind of valence which is part of the feminine sort of stereotype, which is that they are allowed to have a kind of nescience or a kind of brittle, almost sadistically edged nescience about their subconscious child function, about expressing it, and that must just be tolerated by everyone around them. But in some sense, comedy itself is almost, I would say, a direct masculine form of active, and it's an active form of expression, and it's an active form of direct expression, perhaps. So I'm saying things that I need to perhaps qualify, because I mean, obviously the point of humor is that it's slightly esoteric, or it's obtuse or something like that, so that one follows through and replicates and emulates the point of view being modeled or proselytized. In a slightly coded way. So it's weird that even the embodiment of comedy itself is a kind of hermetic sort of alchemy, but in terms of engaging in that alchemy, I would say that's it's almost as a technology. It's I would say more tends to be on the knowledge of evil rather than on the knowledge of good, and it often expresses itself as at least some form of the wealth of wisdom in the form of hate, or discerning the right thing, hating the right thing, a meditation on hate in some sense, on the apportioning of hate, on the evening of hate, on some kind of model and matrix of how to hate in a discerning manner, the knowledge of evil, to perhaps see the richness, how thou art rich in one's judgment, or that there's so much sort of self-satisfaction that's only covered over by fear because of the lack of discerning. Anyway, that exploration itself, I think, is more towards the knowledge of evil than towards the knowledge of good. But obviously, female comics, they at least the good ones, I would say, they use their feminine valence for a good effect. There's a particularly good female comic, Liz. Oh, I can't think of her surname. Is it Liz Mel or something? I can't remember her surname. Anyway, that's just one that comes to mind. But the point that I should be getting into is so if that is the source of the anima and the anima, sorry, the animus and the anima, then I do think that I was correct in connecting it with the inferior function, the parent function, and the dominant function in the ego. That it doesn't matter if it's the anima or the animus, it's going to play itself out in those three things in the ego. And in some sense, I think that I think that the inferior function in the ego is actually, before I was describing it as being closer to a masculine sort of archetype, and I think I even described it as feminine as well. I think the inferior function in the ego is hermetic. It has to be the synthesis of both in some sense, and it does symbolize the synthesis of both, and I connect it directly to the work of the crucifixion. And in some sense, I think that the dominant function in the ego, well, that's the scarlet beast, and the parent function is the whore of Babylon on the back of that rides the beast. But and so I think that the parent function is generally the anima, and the scarlet beast is the animus. I think that those are roughly correct, and then they both generally, within sexual politics even, have to reach some kind of synthesis in some kind of bearing out on the inferior function in a kind of hermetical union. And in some sense, I think that both have the potential of corrupting the inferior function, but in some sense, I think that the inferior function is only corrupted through the parent function. So if the dominant function is can be said to be corrupting the inferior function, it has to mean as well that the parent function is being similarly controlled, but I don't even know if that's structurally possible, because actually probably is. In some sense, that might be what actually the dysfunction of Belial is, that it thinks in some virtual way that the dominant function in the ego is controlling the inferior function in the ego, but because it bypasses the parent function, or it negates the parent function in that kind of structure, that it's like a loose bag of wires, and they've actually just kind of abandoned the whole ego, and then they're sort of bottom heavy in their unconscious side of the mind, which is firmly rooted in their subconscious vanity in some sense, and everything is just a reflection of the subconscious vanity. And so the ego is just essentially, it's been left unsurveilled and uninvestigated. And then the other thing to look at is the parent function controlling the inferior function. Which at the same time is done so as in order to fortify the subconscious death and lust, and to create a kind of private I'm trying to think of the fancy word that means like a circumventing sort of sequestered domain that holds the parent function relating to the inferior function as a reflection of the subconscious knowledge of good and evil. And in some sense, I think that is the faux Keegan stage 5 that I constantly rail against. People that think that they've reached Keegan stage 5 because they have found a way to parallel a sequestered bit of a corrupted bit of the ego. And in some sense, I think that these might be the goats themselves, in that, you know, they are rich with this objective narrative which gives them the leeway to have what they would describe as a kind of metafluidity, or have a form of malleability, because they're just sort of, it's just this kind of nebulous, amorphous, sort of fungible frivolity that has been mapped out within a kind of robust agnosticism or nihilism or something like that. So they're rich in a kind of agnosticism, rich enough that they can play at having values because that's how brilliant they are, or something like that. And then they don't ever take those values too seriously, other than expecting other people to show the correct amount of sort of social decorum and etiquette of helping to pass off those vacuous and hollow claims. So it's a kind of sort of social confidence game that we should help each other perform to our aspiration. You know, it's these themes, I think, are so well covered in the movie The Giver. Which in 2014 was almost the harbinger of at least giving a proto debunking of identity politics. But anyway, let me not get sidetracked. At least it gave a proto emotional counter argument with some semblance of a kind of structure. Because that's annoying when you can't intellectually anticipate the form of the monstrosity will take. you can only make a kind of an intuitive argument against it, because you don't have the it hasn't been articulated. Sorry, I mean, there are cultural war things that I need to make comments on here, that this is why I think identity politics is so heavily premised and predicated and even originated in sexual energy. I mean, identity politics would not even function at all if it did not command the sexual energy that it commands. That this all came out of feminism. This all came out of dehumanizing male sexuality and pathologizing masculine sexual energy, and gating it behind a kind of ideological stepladder that encourages people to double down into this form of, which I would still describe as the worship of Astaroth. Because in its knowledge of good and evil, and in its own, let's say, bullying of from its parent function, of the ego inferior function, it can bypass its own sin, because in some sense what is done to the inferior function by the parent function in the ego can only avoid the sin by exalting the knowledge of good and evil, which is in some sense means that you have to find a projected sin. You have to find a projected scapegoat. And you can see this within their, I still think that this is what made the Philistines, generally speaking, a successful but also a weirdly sophisticated, but in a weirdly successful society or civilization, is because they would canonize their pantheon, they would make it an orthodoxy, and then their priests or whatever would probably, and their kings would eventually come up with a rationale that their gods are judge harshly their neighbors, judge harshly others, who represent a who represent an imperfection in their own organization, in their own governments, in the Philistinian society, that it casts a shadow against them. And essentially, the people that are casting a shadow against them, their problem is that is basically like a problem of cultural assimilation. It's just that they do not comport, and they, from their perspective, they correctly recognize that all of the only game there is to play is one of essentially being able to have a culture in power. And so in this weird kind of totalitarian sort of framework, it's fully justified to seek rectification of the shadow being cast against them, to remove the projection of diminution of and in some sense, because in their view all moral consideration is vested in their pantheon, their religious style of narrative, but also prescription, and also however but essentially the reason why they're driven to do these things is essentially out of a kind of a flailing sexual energy, which is unsatisfied in itself, but which prides itself in being hermetically self-satisfied. So it sublimates that into a politically edged, sadistic sort of self-referencing, tautological sort of paradox, and in order to rectify that paradox, it has to act. And in some sense, this is the engine of action in the religion and in the worship of Azeroth, is that everything becomes infused with a kind of sexual signature or a kind of carnal expressiveness. And this is the solution to the sin of the ego. Is that the ego is in some sense then not sinning at all, because it's just a reaffirmation of the knowledge of good and evil. So it's sort of like, instead of reaching the end of the road, you just table thump again. And if people don't react properly to the table thumping, if they don't shudder, if they don't properly react to it, they are the source of disquiet. They are they are the disturbance in the force. And in some sense, the real problem and what makes it so toxic is that it basically presumes itself to be hermetically complete. So it can never self-reflect on its own ego and work towards greater synthesis and integration, because it posits that it already has those things, but it is having shadows cast against it, because other people don't accept its subconscious knowledge of good and evil. So I mean, I do think I'm roughly correct in saying that this sort of worship of Azeroth is something like the kind of the colonization of Keegan Stage 4 by Keegan Stage 2. And it sort of does this by, in some sense, averting Keegan Stage 1. Into the conduit of linking that up. And then Keegan Stage 3 I don't no, this is weird. I don't know what to say about Keegan Stage 3. It's just sort of is like just very avoided and unconscious in a lot of ways. It is like extremely sort of it's actually Keegan Stage 3 becomes the environment. It becomes the culture itself. It becomes impregnated into the social decorum and etiquette and sort of observances. It becomes a kind of ritualized, mythologized collective delusion or something like that. So it becomes the kind of the material of the political social realm itself, and you get this kind of this very strange, what I would even call a kind of collective psychosis or sort of cult like and in some sense I think that perhaps Keegan Stage 3 is completely controlled by the vanity of the subconscious. Now that's a bit strange because now I'm basically connecting it directly with Belial, because that was my description of Belial. I would say the difference with Belial and Azeroth then is that Azeroth is controlling everything, the whole of Keegan Stage 3 through the subconscious, but it's not personal, it's transpersonal. It's sort of like it's going from the subconscious and the subconscious dominant function through the parent function in the subconscious, and then that parent function in the subconscious is connecting with the parent function in the unconscious, and those are two mirrors, I think, that are almost, or so I guess I have just now adapted it that or in the mirror in the parent function in the unconscious is not a mirror so much as it is like a lighthouse, or it's a kind of prism that is just creating a kind of ambience that's covering everything. So I see that as being the real sort of Azeroth sort of thing there. And well, the difference is that Belial does very similar things with the unconscious and the subconscious, but they're all embodied and personalized. They're all, let's say, they're not projected onto other people. In some sense, they play the game of social etiquette. They will just comport themselves to what the prevailing order is. They won't try to kind of plug into it. They will just kind of work within that structure, and they will privately have their own sort of, in some sense, it's weirdly very similar, but it's probably would emphasize different, slightly different components. In some sense, I think that the Belial is more, in some sense, is more masculine overall, but they have a kind of private knowledge of evil that is infusing their dominant function, and now really, I think I've just inverted this because I think I said the opposite before, that Belial has sort of its own internal feminine. Yeah. I mean, in some sense, I think it's connecting with its own internal feminine in some sense, but controlling it in its internal sort of incepted puppetry. I do think that the sort of the Belial thing is very much connected with narcissism. Oh, but so is the Azeroth as well. But I do think that the Azerothian sort of narcissism is is actually probably better described as sort of borderline personality disorder, a variant of that. Um, in some sense, I think a more masculine variant, sort of a more masculine form of cluster B. I mean, you see, this is difficult because my construct of cerebral histrionic is almost in between what I've just described, Belial and Azeroth. That might even be the sort of the third thing. That's almost like a free radical that can almost choose, almost polarizing itself. Just in some sense, I think the cerebral histrionic is just sensitive to these mechanics, and is happy to go with either one. It just matters to it which one is culturally enforced, or which one it's proximate to. In some sense, it doesn't care. It's agnostic, and it is actually quite happy to live within either one, because in some sense then it doesn't have to develop its own self-actualization. It doesn't have to. So in some sense, it's more centered around being an unconscious side of the mind, an embodied unconscious side of the mind, and it wants to be a denizen of some kind of cultural around it. In some sense, I think it's more closer to Azeroth than it is to Belial, because Belial doesn't create that cultural edifice. So, what am I saying is that anyway, I mean, I've gone on for this for long enough, probably. Yeah, man, I wish I was done with this research. Yeah, and what I was just describing, the cerebral histrionic, I do think that I would link that to ADHD as well. That's something that I haven't mentioned before, but and in some sense, I think that's slightly, I think, unfair to pool everyone with ADHD within that. But I do think that there's roughly some truth to that. I think that ADHD is a manifestation of a tamasic personality style, and therefore, when it is engaging in a kind of cerebral histrionic disorder, um, might might also be I think it might also be Rajasic as well. Uh, there's a kind of bodily compunction that drives the habit that has been fallen into. Uh, especially the rajasic emotional tones are bodily sensations. Or, well, I mean, in some sense, all the emotional tones are, but the rajasic ones are much more commanding, I would say, in some sense. Anxiety. Although, anyway, this is a problem with language, and my jargon is that I'm talking about something. I mean, there is a form of anxiety which every type can feel. Um, I do actually think everyone can experience all of the 24 emotional tones as well, independently of their false ego complex circuitry. But the experience of those emotional tones will only have a kind of residual effect on the personality if they are converted or transferred into one of the emotional tones that make up the habitual structure of the emotional tone circuitry. Anyway, this recording has gone on for long enough.